I just think it's great that it's nice to go to a real city and have a, Good morning. If everyone would come in and get settled, we will get started. I would like to welcome everyone to the ARIN member meeting taking place in the beautiful city of Chicago. Everyone should, real city, fun place, lots of good things to see. We just have 12 more policy proposals to go through today. No, I'm sorry, that was yesterday. We have the member meeting today, which is discussion of how ARIN's doing, our organizational reports. We also have the global reports coming up. So today, global reports. IANA, Wright, Blacknick, and APNIC will give a report on developments in their regions. We have a fee structure review panel update, Registration Services Department report, the Engineering Department report. We will have a break briefly. We'll come back and have the AC, the ARIN Financial, and the Board of Trustees report. We will end with an open microphone, and that will be it for the ARIN member meeting. So, rules and reminders. Again, the chairs will moderate the discussion. State your name and affiliation when you come to the microphone. Please follow the courtesies in the program. At the head table, I have our board today. Wonderful. Bill Sandiford, Tim Denton, thank you, Paul Anderson, myself, CEO, Chairman Vince Cerf, and Bill Woodcock. Okay. Let's get started. The first thing I want to say is the global reports will have Elise Skerrick come up and give the IANA report. Yep. We run the railroad on time. Right click, the next slide.
Good morning to those of you who finished breakfast, and thanks for being here. Someone's raising their hand, no breakfast? Anyway, this is our regular IANA report to ARIN, and what I'm going to mention is audit. We've had a couple audits this year, and then about our performance standards and where you can find them online. Also, there's been these new GTLDs. We've more than doubled the number of GTLDs that exist in the internet right now. And we've had our second customer service survey, give you a report on how that turned out. And finally, just mention something about trusted community representatives and how they play a role in the DNSSEC key signing ceremonies. So basically, we've been doing this, we being the IANA department at ICANN, have been doing this role for almost 16 years, maybe 16 years. And in the last 4 years, we've had an audit of our DNSSEC capabilities, and that's a systrust security audit of the DNSSEC functions that we run. And we've passed those successfully, and that's called a SOC 3. Now, if any of you are financial people, you probably know what SOCs are. I don't really ever know that before, but they're different kinds of audits. The SOC 3, what you do is you just get a report that says, yes, you passed, or you failed. Actually, you don't get anything if you failed. So we've passed the SOC 3 reports for the last 4 years, and we just had our this year's report, and we passed that also, so we'll be publishing that online. This is the first year, however, that we've done a SOC 2 report for the SysTrust systems that we run for the IANA functions themselves. Those are like our trouble ticketing systems, the root zone management system, the other systems that we use for performing the function. And a SOC 2 is different than the SOC 3. And the SOC 2 actually gives you a very detailed report, and it's many, many pages, and it usually is not published. So anyway, we've just received that also, and we're going through it. We're very happy. There haven't been any exceptions. Anyway, no exceptions that we didn't expect. And we passed that successfully also. As for performance, one of the things that we've been doing for years, but we haven't always published, and everybody always asked, well, how do you know you're doing a good job? So now we publish these performance reports. And we have a bunch of them, and you can find them on this URL, iana.org/performance. And these performance reports take many different forms. One of them is performance standards. And we did some public consultations about a year ago. And in those public consultations, we asked you all, so what are the important things about our performance? What do you think we need to do well? There were two primary things that you came up with. One of them is timeliness, that we respond to your requests and the service in a timely manner. And the other is accuracy, that if you ask for something, we give you what you ask for. We don't give you something you didn't ask for. So these are the types of performance reports that we have online, and we do put them up there monthly. And this month's report for March, we're in April, aren't we? The March report should be up shortly because they're always done on the 15th of the month. Another report, which you can't read at all, is an audit report. We call it an audit report. It's a monthly report of every change in the root zone that we do. And so this gives you a little sample of what those changes look like in that long list that you couldn't read on the previous slide. So this is an audit report. These three examples show that it's been completed and what was completed and on what date. There are also line items in this report that says it was withdrawn. It could be withdrawn because the requester withdrew the request. It could have been withdrawn because there was no activity for a certain number of days. Usually it's a lot of days if we withdraw it for that. So anyway, you can go online and you can see exactly what kinds of changes we did in the root zone. The other thing that's been going on are the delegations of new generic top-level domains. As you all may have known, and it's not as much of interest to the ARIN community as it is to some of the TLD communities, there are about 1,400 applications for new GTLDs that were accepted, and they're now all going through this process to get them to the point of being put in the root zone so that you could actually have domains and query one of the new domains. So we've delegated approximately 220. We do almost 10 of them a week. It was starting out very slowly. We did a couple a week, then 4 a week. And sometimes we have little spikes, but it's averaging out to about 10 changes a week. And it takes about 10 days to do a GTLD delegation. And this has to do, some of them come through in 2 days, and some take up to 10 days, so it's about an average. But it's very different than a CCTLD delegation. A CCTLD delegation can take upwards of 120 days, 300 days. There's even been some that have taken, 2 years. And that's because in the GTLDs, a lot of the requirements and criteria are met in the application phase when it's a contractual requirement that you do certain things. In a CCTLD delegation, it's starting from scratch, and we have to go through all the documentation, and the requester has to start from the very beginning. Finally, we've done 2 customer surveys, and Leo Vagoda, who you know very well and is here today, has been the lead on doing these customer service surveys. And we're very pleased with the results. As you can see, we do have a few areas for improvement. We have those little red bars. timeliness. We said that's one of our performance standards that we work at. Well, we were measuring timely based on meeting a certain criteria of what's timely within a certain number of days of doing a request or a certain number of hours. Timeliness on this report is about what you think is timely and not what we think is timely. So obviously there's still some room for important improvement on timeliness. And then I just wanted to make a note about the trusted community representatives. Whenever we have a key signing ceremony for signing the route, we have representatives from the community who come and participate in that. They're a very important part of this performance. And these people have done this as a volunteer job for, I guess it's now over 2 years. And some of them are finding it to be a financial burden, as well as some of them are ready to resign as volunteers and do something else with their lives. So what we did is put out a public consultation to see what the community thinks, you all and others in the community, should be the roles of the trusted community representatives, and what their terms should be, how often they should be replaced or renewed, and if they should get compensation for their expenses. So we have closed this public consultation, and we're reviewing those results, and we'll probably be making some changes to the way trusted community representatives are compensated, as well as how they're selected and how long they serve in their terms. And that's all there is to say about the IANA functions at this point in time. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Yes.
This is not a question, Elise. It's just a thank you for doing a good job.
Well, thank you all, and I want to make sure you recognize Leo and everybody back in LA that really makes this all work. Thanks.
Very good. Next up, we have the global report from RIPE. And Andrew? Yes.
Thank you, John. Good morning. So this is my update on RIPE NCC. There's actually, I just gathered a couple of slides on topics I've seen over the last 2 days. So here we go. Busy times. We have a lot of new members coming in after run out. We have about 10,000 members, even over 10,000 members at this stage. We're expanding regionally our presence, and I'll go into that a bit later. IPv4 transfers increasing a lot. We see quite a lot of transfers happening in our region. IPv6 gaining momentum as well. We are improving the contact methods in our RIPE website. So that is something which came out of our member survey, and again, I'll go into that a bit later. And we see an increase in complexity, and that is actually something which is quite new for the organization. We see an increase in ticket load, but those tickets are also becoming more complex. We see more hijackings, we see difficult cases, lots of transfers with difficult business constructions we have to deal with, and that increases the complexity tremendously. So expanding regionally, we established the office in Dubai in 2011, where we sent Paul Rendek, and actually last week or 2 weeks ago, we opened the office, a new office building in Dubai, Media City. We have 2 Arab-speaking staff members on board, and they will facilitate and discuss certain topics in the region, specifically to the region. The idea is to be closer to the Arab community and to fill their needs. And it's not being an operational office. We just do the PR-related matters and ER-related matters in that office. We also are hiring 2 staff members in Moscow with the same intent. IPv4 status. Well, interesting enough, we have a last/8 policy, which allows new entrants to get a /22, or all our current members to also get one of the /22s. It's about 1,024 addresses, and there's also a bit of address space which is reserved for internet exchange points. About 1/3 has been handed out of this address block. So that means we have about 3,000 /22s which we handed out, from which 2/3 is new entrants and 1/3 is new members. There is still discussion, and we still see lots of people not knowing that they can get this free, so to speak, /22. And we're increasing the external relations team, the messaging around it. Our current pool is still similar to what we had when we ran out, actually. So it's close to the /8 because we're also reclaiming. And the amount of address space that we're handing out is less than we're reclaiming at this stage. IPv4 transfers, now especially in February, we saw quite an increase. We're at about 50 transfers a month, which is around 500,000 addresses. And I looked into the statistics this morning, and for April we are already on 30 transfers. So we certainly see an increase in transfers, which is actually also something that comes out of policy, because our policies in our region are relieving many difficulties that we're standing in front of on transfers. So that helps. We also track the mergers and acquisitions, which we see in our region, to see whether there's a change. And one of the fears we had was that policy was too hard to do a transfer, and that we would see more mergers and acquisitions because of that. But that trend is not visible in the statistics. So actually the market is fluid enough at this stage to allow for transfers. One slide on IPv6. We see an increase, quite an increase. About 70% of our membership has an IPv6 allocation or assignment. We also see, that's the red bar, it's about 3 or 4% of organizations that only request a V6 block, but I have to admit those are legacy space holders that already have V4. So. Then something new to us as well. We see an increase in hijackings, and that's worrying. So hijackers are trying to obtain control over unused addresses. They mainly focus on legacy addresses, of course, and some PI addresses as well. They're faking registration papers, identity papers. They're faking entire websites and domains. And if we see that happening, we go to the authorities and talk to them about it. But it is difficult, and it's also difficult for our team to cope with. So we're even thinking of having a forensics team within the registration services department that certainly deals with these facts specifically. Another item on this is that we have to do our due diligence. And there's lots of discussion in the RIPE region on how much due diligence we are doing. And for us, it's very difficult to find the right balance between doing due diligence and being overly bureaucratic. So that is something we're trying to focus on also at the next RIPE meeting, to explain what's going on and to also explain that we're trying to make sure that we secure the resources of our members, and that's not being bureaucratic for our own sake. We also make sure that we explain what people can do against those hijackings, and the main thing which we focus on is making sure that all your registration data is up to date, up to scratch, that people can see that you're actively managing your resources as an LAR. For example, also by creating a certificate for your resources. An additional step we are making, and we call it assisted registry check. It's a new process we put in place, is that we actively approach all our members every third year, and we go through registration consistency checks, resource consistency checks, and root and reverse DNS consistency. The thing we do is we send them an email, give them a call, and say, well, we'd like to discuss something with you about the quality of your information, and we'll come back to you in a month. We'll make a report about all these topics, and you can think about legal name and addresses, postal addresses, IPv6 holdings, IPv4 holdings. We provide all that information to them so they can go through it. And then we do a conference call with them after a month. And where we see issues or where they have issues, we help them improving their data set. One of the things we also do is looking at their network reachability through our Atlas project, which is also an additional value to them, to have somebody looking from the outside to their organization and trying to improve their reachability. RPKI is really moving forward in the RIPE region. We have about 2,000 members, which is 20% that requested a certificate. Getting a certificate is a really easy action. It's a one-click movement. But what we also see is that we see a lot of ROAs being created. And that is something you actually really need to know what you're doing. We have 1,500 unique ASNs with a ROA and about, well, in total 7,000 IP prefixes being certified. And for V4, for example, that's more than 6/8 in worthwhile in space. So that's really, really going rapidly and going well. And we also see people starting to use it in their daily operations. So we had a request from one of our members that said, well, can you please help me going through the process of creating a ROA because one of my peering partners expects me to have a ROA before they allow us. So that's actually nice to see that all the efforts we are trying is paying off at this stage. From a functionality perspective, we make sure that all the address space is eligible for a certificate. So we had this issue with PI and legacy resources. PI we finished actually, and legacy space will after the RIPE meeting, so end of Q2, legacy space will also be certifiable. Our RPKI software is open source and we'll improve that, and we'll also make sure that it's a standalone package which can be used by anybody that likes to run a CA. And we're going to work on the resiliency of the system, so having multiple application points, etc. One short slide on policy, because Einar already gave a bit of an update. I think the interesting thing is that the main theme in the RIPE region, if you look at all the policy changes that are currently in the policy development process, are about registry quality and reducing of bureaucracy. The aim of most proposers is to make sure that, one, the market is more fluid, so that it's easier to transfer resources, but by allowing that it's also easier for people to tell the RIPE NCC and the registry that they are transferring addresses, which then is actually quite good for the quality of the registry and keeping up with the quality of the registry. And these are two policy proposals that are examples of those. Outreach, won't go into much of outreach because John already had some information on that yesterday. We do a lot of governmental roundtables, law enforcement meetings. Our main focus remains with the IGF, and we have quite a team working on that. And Netmundo, for example, Axel is going there as well. Finally, some operational improvements we're working on. We also have a member survey, and what we always do, so we do that every second year, we create an action list for the year to come. So we created 50 actions, which all focus on making sure that all our processes are being improved and become easier for our members. So currently, a few things we're doing is investigating supporting more languages. We're a region of 76 countries, or 74, 77, it depends a bit per day. But that is something we see where there's lots of questions on. More contact with our membership, so small-scale events, all our regional meetings and dinners and lunches we have with our members contribute. We also give lots of training, 115 trainings this year in our region, in about 50 countries. And next to that, we do, for example, 50 webinars. So we are really very close to our membership, knowing what they want and what their needs are. We're working on advancing capacity building, introducing technical hands-on IPv6 training, a 3- and a 5-day course. We are improving our e-learning platform to allow easier access to it. And we have IPv6 roadshows, especially in the east of our region, where we talk to governments about V6 and how to implement it and how to support the ISP community to implement it. And finally, we're collecting input on our website, and because that is due for improvement. This is the last slide. Last but not least, we have a RIPE meeting, RIPE 68 in Warsaw, 12th through 16th of May, with a big change. And the change is that our dear chairman, Rob Blokzeil, after 25 years, is stepping down. And he will be followed up by Hans-Peter Hollen, also a very well-known and very well-respected person in our community. And he's going to take over. So that's a big event at the next RIPE meeting.
Can I ask for, can you go back one slide?
Yep.
Can I ask for a round of applause for Rob and his efforts over the years?
Thank you, John. And that's it. Any questions?
First of all, thank you, as always, for the report and for all the hard work. I was trying to do a calculation on your assisted registry check, and if you have 10,000 members and you do this once every 3 years, that's 3,000 a year, which sounds like 15 a day, which sounds like a really heavy load. Is that really what's happening?
That is what we intend to do. That's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second question, with regard to RPKI, and this is where I get to show my ignorance. There was a time when RPKI looked like it worked just fine if you were an edge network and you were making announcements and people could look in the RPKI tables and say, yep, it's okay for you to make an announcement. Then when you get into the middle of the net and you're announcing stuff that isn't you, it's coming from other ASNs, did we get this right so that the RPKI check can be done properly even if the announcements are being made in the interior of the net? I don't know if that's a well-formed question. I see an explosion down there at the other end. There's a levitation. Can we? Are you going to respond to that? Is it all right if we?
Let's see what the.
This is Sandy from somewhere. Is it okay? I apologize for jumping the queue, but she looked like she was going to explode if she didn't respond. The deaf guy said, yeah, how many engineers does it take to turn on a microphone?
We don't have it.
It takes more than one engineer to turn on a microphone.
Big board?
How about taking the one?
That's live.
Sandy Murphy Parsons. Yay! All hail. The RPKI presently has the information in it necessary to verify the origin of a BGP route. Anyone can check this at the edge, in the middle, anywhere can check the origin. The entire path validation is something that is still under work in the CIDR working group. So right now you can check the origin validation, but you have no idea if someone's added it on to the end of a bogus path.
Thank you very much. ACK.
Hi, Leo Vagoda from ICANN. In your section on RPKI, you said that creating ROAs was difficult. And I know that the RIPE NCC has BGP measurement, and it has a very popular routing registry. And at one time, there was a service where the RIPE NCC would offer to go and say, this is what we see in BGP, this is what's in the routing registry, do you know there's a difference? And I was wondering if when you have the tool to create the ROA, you could go and say, we see this in BGP, we see this in the routing registry, which of these do you want for your ROA? Is that how it works?
More or less. It's not very complex, and there's a wizard that guides people through the process of creating a ROA. But getting a certificate from that perspective is way easier. It's just one click, I want a certificate. If you want to create a ROA, you have to think. And that's basically what I want to say, because it is a bit of a difficult concept for many people. So there's a wizard that guides them through it. One of the things which is up for Q4 this year is to make sure that we are going to create a link between the routing registry and certification from both sides. So that's what we will be working on in Q4 this year.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Sandy Murphy Parsons. As the CIDR Working Group Chair in the IETF, I really appreciate the fact that the RIPE community is partaking of the certification provided by RPKI. So kudos. I noted in your discussion of the consistency checks that are done in RIPE, and I was thinking of the discussion yesterday about whether ARIN monitors whether address space which has not yet been allocated is appearing in the routing system. And I was wondering if that's anything that you're doing or whether you're just checking allocated and currently routed.
The letter, yeah. So
I'm sorry, say that again?
the last part.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Okay, in our global reports, next one up is LACNIC and Sergio.
Thank you, John. Well, as we have just 5 minutes, I think so. It will be kind of fast and furious. So, my name is Sergio Rojas from the registration service of LACNIC, and here in this slide you can see the evolution of our membership since 2012. Sorry, two. As you know, we have two NIRs, one in Mexico and the other one in Brazil. And including these NIRs, we have right now 3,556 members. This is the graphic of our free space in our IPv4 pool. We have right now 0.72/8, a little bit more than 12 million addresses. And according to our prediction, we think we will reach the last /9 at the end of this month. And yeah, and we will reach the next, the last /10 at the end of May, or probably the first days of June. So at that moment, some policy will activate it. And we reserve 2/11. The first /11 is for soft landing. In this reserved space, an organization can receive just additional space each 6 months. And in the next, or in the second reserve, or /11 reserved, it will be just for new members only, where an organization can receive just only one allocation. And the maximum allocation that in both blocks, the maximum allocation that they can receive is /22, and the minimum is /24. So in this graphic, you can see during the last 12 months, we almost reached 2.5/8 in allocation of IPv4. Of these 3,556 members, 2,326 members has IPv6 allocation. That's a good number, and it represents the 65%. During the 2012, we have allocated 578 IPv6 blocks. In 2013, so last year, we can see here almost 100 more, 670 IPv6 allocation, and this year so far, we have allocated 263 IPv6 blocks. So as I mentioned, we are reaching the last /10 this year, shortly. And we started the year to visiting our members, especially big ISP and government organizations. And, well, we have visited 9 countries where almost 15 people of the LACNIC staff were involved. And the objective of this project was tell them about the IPv4 exhaustion. Even we have announced this more than 1 year ago. But anyway, the objective was have a face-to-face meeting with them, tell them about the IPv4 exhaustion, when it will be, and how can we help them in the IPv6 transition. So some of them say, or some of them was surprised about the day. Oh, May, it will be May. But well, and after that, we know that we have received some unusual requests. So asking, for example, a big space or the double space that they normally request, but it was just some of them. Well, my apologies about this picture because it's not so clear. Probably you can see very good the lines, but we are working to change the color of this line. But anyway, in this website you can find a complete report about our RPKI project. And now we have 1,105 prefix signets. And the percentage of the total allocation is 70%, well, covered by ROAS. Well, anyway, if you visited the website, you can find many other reports about our RPKI project. AGTIC program is one of our social programs developed to help to the Haiti island, after the earthquake that they had some years ago. They still rebuilding their country, so that is why we decided to create this project. And we organize a workshop, and we trained them in IPv6, network connectivity, network security, wireless connectivity, and VoIP, and it was just for local people. Well, this is the people who attend to this presentation, or to this workshop, sorry. And for this year, we are planning to have a second edition of this workshop. It will be in August of this year. Our previous meeting was in Curaçao in October. In the public policy forum, we had 5 proposals. Just one of them reached consensus, and it was about principal governing of the distribution of member resources, and it was approved and implemented right now. Our next meeting will be in Cancun, so in a couple weeks. So all of you are invited to participate in this meeting. So great news. LACNIC is ISO 9001 certified company, and in October of the last year, we got the 2nd position of the Great Place to Work in Uruguay. Yeah, and that's it. Any question?
I can't resist this 9001 thing. If you look carefully, and I hope you'll forgive me for making this observation, what they do is reward you for documenting your processes really well, even if they're crappy processes. If you do a good job of documenting them, you get a little check mark. I hope your processes are really good, too, on top of everything else.
Of course. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. So, our final global report will be APNIC. Gulang.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to give you a quick update on what is happening in the APNIC region. Recently, we reviewed our vision, a global, open, stable, and secure internet that serves the entire Asia-Pacific community. This is our new vision. And we focus on 3 areas: serving APLIC members, support internet development in the Asia-Pacific region, and collaborating with the internet community. So in my update, I will highlight some of the activities which we are working on these 3 areas. This graph shows APLIC is part of the internet community, so we collaborate with the internet community. And we also support the Asia-Pacific region, and we service our members by providing registration service and other service as well. And here is our missions. We also reviewed the APLIC missions. The key point is function as the RIR for the Asia-Pacific in the service of the community of members and others, and provide internet registry service to the highest possible standards for trust, neutrality, and accuracy. And let's talk about the service APLIC member first. And I will show you some statistics to see how the resource allocation in the APLIC region. This is the total IPv6 allocation since 2009. You can see we're going up. And this is the yearly delegation of IPv6. And we have a peak delegation in 2010. At that time, we're talking about the V4 running out, so there's a lot of members get the V6. And then after more members receive the IPv6, and then the number delegate by years it slowly slow down. And this is the last /8 delegations. We have about over 100 delegations from our Philo-CSA per month. And that will be interesting to look at the IPv4 market transfer. And since we run out of V4, like a hit to the Philo-CSA, the IPv4 transfer is happening. And you can see the increase. And especially the inter-IR transfer, which related to ARIN region. And so far, we have more than 30 transfers from ARIN to APNIC. And this is the AS number delegations. And also, we have an increased delegation of AS number. Means we have more new members. This graph also saying APNIC has more like an increase of new members. After the Philo-CSA and small organizations, like they come to APLIC to get the /22. So we have more new members. And we also improve our WHOIS update and WHOIS service. And My APLIC is a member portal for APLIC members. And we also improve the service. And recently we have a referral application. What that mean is our member can help their customer apply APLIC membership and resource. Because we are like in the Philo-CSA stage, and most of the large ISPs, they don't have IPv4, their customers. And so they can help the customer become APLIC member and got a /22. So in my APLIC, we apply the function. So allow our member to help the customer to require membership and resource. But of course, the customer have to conform that and then become a formal APLIC member. And now I talk about the support internet development in the Asia Pacific region. And we have a lot of activity in this area, like policy development, IPv6 support, training, and APLIC UN, and infrastructure capacity building, and also ICIF. And in 2013, we have implemented a policy that's changed the APLIC policy development process. And we also actually implement a new policy, it's called AS number transfer. Actually happened yesterday in Australia time, but today in American time, 16th of April, which we are now AS number transfer between APLIC account holders and also are now inter-IR transfers. If any other IR have that AS number transfer policy, you can transfer AS number between APLIC region to your region as well. And we're going to implement that policy 105 is dispute of returned IPv4 address space. This will wait until IANA dispute that recover pool. And we expect that happen end of this month as LETLIC will hit to /9. That trigger the IANA dispute the recover pool. So this will probably happen very soon in the next few weeks. Policy proposal at APLIC 37. We have 3 policy proposals, but only one reached the consensus. It's the one like allocated 1.1.1/24 and 1.0.0.0/24 to APLIC Lab for research. That is the one which the consensus. Other 2 didn't reach consensus. We also provide strong support to IPv6 development. We have a lot of outreach, going to different UNs to provide our trainings. And we also, APLIC is a secretary of AP IPv6 task force, and we provide secretary service. And we also have a lot of sessions for like decision makers. And trainings. We provide IPv6 training and other trainings in our region. You can see the map, we provided many training in our regions. And APLIC UN, we have APLIC 36 and APLIC 37 recently. And also we support the infrastructure building in our region, like those road server, IXP, and ICIF. We also provide some small fund to those projects developed in our region to support the internet development. And now we talk about the collaborating with the internet community. APLIC as a IR, we work closely with other IRs to engage with the whole internet community. And we have an APLIC lab to provide measurements to IPv6 developments. You can actually go to the APLIC lab to have a lot of statistic data, measurements. You can check that. And we also engage with the community, telecom community, internet governments, and now the IANA transition is a hot topic. So we will work closely with the internet community, and then, we would like to see a good result on that transaction. And finally, I would like to invite you to APLIC 38. That will be in Brisbane, which is APLIC office located. So you're also welcome to visit APLIC office if you like to join like APLIC 38. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
One comment. Thank you
Yeah.
for the updates.
Yes.
With regard to ASN transfers,
Yeah.
I think it's worth reminding this community that we had a policy proposal
Yeah.
to allow inter-RIR ASN transfers about a year ago.
Yeah.
That was abandoned by the AC because at the time there were no policy proposals anywhere else to support that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that has now changed. So if anyone in this community believes it would be useful for us to support inter-RIR ASN transfers in order to be compatible with the recently adopted APNIC proposal, it would be wise to submit a policy proposal, and I would be happy to help anyone with that is interested.
Thank you for coming. Yeah. Yeah.
Sandy Murphy Parsons. This is me exposing my ignorance. I know enough about the APNIC region to know that there's a very strong NIR structure under the APNIC banner. So how does that work in terms of transfers? If ARIN transfers things to APNIC, is there a designation of which NIR it goes to? Do the inter-RIR transfers process manage the inter-NIR transfers? This is just plain
Yeah.
curiosity on my part.
Yes, I can answer the question, yes. Inter-IR transfer still can happen between NIR and ARIN region. So far, only ARIN region and APLIC region have inter-IR transfer policies. So if an ARIN member want to transfer /16 to APLIC NIR members, like a CNA member under CNA. So ARIN still talk to APNIC, and then we talk to CNA, and then we transfer to that CNA member.
Okay.
It can still happen, yes.
Okay, so is the inter-RIR process what governs inter-NIR transfers, or is that something different?
NIR have an option to adapt that IPv4 transfer policy. This is the only policy NIR have optional. Actually, at the time they proposed the policy, that is some of the NIR, actually they didn't adapt that transfer policy. In that case, the NIR is not allowed to do the IPv4 transfer. And
Okay.
yeah, that is but they will change from time to time. Some of the NIR, I think more than half, they actually accept that transfer, but still only 2, now they haven't adapted that policy. They may change in the future. They discuss it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have, next up is the fee structure review update. I will do that. So, fee structure review panel. Last year, in April, we chartered a fee structure review panel to consider various long-term fee structures that were suggested by the community and to summarize the pros and cons and report back to the ARIN board and community. The status is we have an initial draft of that report. The committee's still tweaking it. It's a balanced document describing each of the various approaches and how ARIN might structure its fees. There's significantly different approaches. It's to be used as a common basis of discussion of the merits and concerns with the various approaches. It doesn't provide a recommendation, but it's that when someone says, well, what about this type of fee structure? Okay, here's what we need to consider. We've also modeled all of these against an actual data set of resource holdings, anonymized from December 2013, so that we can actually see with a specific fee schedule and a specific set, how does that, what revenue does that produce, and how does that spread the expenses across the organization? Covers 7 alternative approaches for recovery of ARIN's costs across all the contracted parties. And the goal, of course, is to do this in a fair and equitable manner. But fair and equitable is very much a judgment perspective. There's, 4,500 organizations who are under contract, count 500 legacy organizations. You could take the fees and divide them by just them. You could turn around and say end users and ISPs should be counted the same and include the 14,000 end user organizations. You could say fair and equitable is by address block, or fair and equitable is by actual address count. So we all want to be fair and equitable, but we have to actually have some way to compare these because different people may have a different view on each. So let's talk about what's in the report, and you guys are going to see it shortly, not today because we're still finishing it. But what we have is 7 different proposals, the current fee structure for comparison, an extending IPv4 fee categories proposal. This is so we end up with right now our fees top out. Even if you have the equivalent of, let's say, equivalent of a /9 of total address space, what happens is you hit the maximum XX large category. There is nothing higher. This proposes some more X's, XX large and huge and extra huge and super huge. And we also have a linear fee categories proposal, which accomplishes the same thing in some ways. It's a very straight fee structure all the way up to as high as the possible resources you could hold. We have a realigning IPv6 category, which addresses the fact that at the bottom end of the scale, the same fee annual between organizations may imply that a relatively small IPv4 organization either pays more or gets far less V6 resources than they would expect. So we jigger the categories to provide for more V6 resources. We have one that's purely algorithmic. Type in your V4 and V6 holdings and look at the log and the square root and to the power function, and it produces a number. And actually our friends over at APNIC have a similar approach for their fees. And this, again, is directly calculated off your holdings with a log function involved. We have a membership-based proposal, which is very flat. If we include all ISPs and all end users under contract and we divide out all our costs, what would it be? And then we have one that's transaction-based, which is if we take the costs that are somewhat generated by new policies and new requests to ARIN as opposed to sustaining operations, and we divide the costs in half, and then we take the membership and we divide the base by that, and we charge a transaction fee for you to put in your V4 or V6 allocation or transfer request. What are some typical transaction costs and some typical low-level ongoing fees that we could have that apply across the entire community? A very exciting report. It was an adventure to build. I think it'll be useful for discussion. I'm going to talk about how we're going to use it. But it has been a learning experience for everyone, particularly the modeling of it with the actual holdings. We did an anonymized data set, as I said, of all the parties under contract and all the holdings so that we could do this. So we're going to finalize and release the fee structure report. I would estimate that would be the end of May. The panel has to be done with it, and they have to give it to the FinCom. We'll use that. We'll release that to the community for discussion. We need to talk about where and how we want to have that discussion. We'll do a fee structure session and discussion at the October meeting here. We'll actually have a full-on, let's discuss the various approaches and do you guys want to change? If you do want to change, it's up to the Finance Committee to take that discussion and recommend, do we change from our current approach to some other approach? And then an initiation, whatever the FinCom direct staff and the finance team to develop, that would actually start a discussion after October on the specific direction we take and the specific proposal, just as we did with the last fee change. It took almost a year to take the last fee proposal and finalize it with the community. But first we have to get directional, and that'll be based on the online community discussion and the on-site community discussion that'll take place in October. Panel members, we have the ARIN Board Finance Committee members, and then we have the at-large community members that were appointed to the panel to help work on the various proposals. All of these guys have been great. Everyone's volunteers, and it's actually a little bit of hard work to generate these and accurately get them, but we've had a very good team. And that's it. Microphones are open for any questions about the fee structure review panel or the process. Yes.
Jason Schiller, Google. Mike Joseph isn't here, so I need to pass on his concern that he always brings up at this point, which is there is a lot of pending development that we would like for ARIN Online. We'd like to see that be supported and move more quickly.
Right.
And if that means increasing our fees, please increase our fees. This work is important to us. We'd like to pay you to do it.
Good point. I will say we've received that message. We'll talk about it a little bit more when we talk about the financial report. One thing I probably omitted in this is that the fee structure review, in order to talk about philosophies, these are all roughly revenue neutral targets we're doing. So each of these structures are designed to generate the same revenue that we're presently doing. But I think overall, is that the right level of revenue, or should we be drawing down the reserves more, is a great topic for the finance talk coming up, if that makes sense. This was predominantly structure, not how big our cost should be. We're sort of presuming a neutral revenue and neutral cost approach, okay? But I got the point. Any other questions on the fee structure? Yes, Owen.
If the fee structure is to remain in such a circumstance where end users are being charged more than they were being charged before, in many cases substantially more, I don't see any reason they should continue to be treated as second-class citizens and subject to a poll tax.
Okay.
I assume this refers to membership?
It refers to membership. Okay.
Okay.
So noted. Anything else? As I said, our ETA on the report, end of May. I work with a good volunteer team. I can't commit their time, but we're in the finalization stage, which is very helpful. Okay? Thank you very much. We'll now move to the RSD report. I'll have Leslie Nobile come up.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I have what I think is a quick update from Registration Services. I've entitled it Trends, Observations, and Statistics. It's really kind of a mishmash of lots of things we are seeing currently in this pre-IPv4 depletion area and world, if you will. So we'll start with some of the trends and observations. The most significant one, I think, is the top one, the increase we have seen in IPv4 requests. We expected this all along with depletion, but it's now starting to hit. We have seen an 18% increase in V4 requests in the past 12 months over the previous 12 months. We haven't increased staff, so that's pretty significant increase in the numbers. We're getting over 320 averaging V4 requests per month at this point. Like Andrew, just what he mentioned, I felt like he was doing my presentation when he was up here because so many of the things he had, I have in mind. And they're seeing so many similar things in the RIPE region that we are in the ARIN region. IPv4 requests are becoming increasingly complex. They are not the requests of 3 and 5 years ago. They are very complex. This is requiring an increase in the number of back and forth exchanges between the analysts and the requester. We actually had some numbers. I think that our numbers showed that there was a 16% increase in the number of back and forths over the past year. In order to obtain the data that we need to see to validate the request, we have to ask more questions, and there's lots of reasons for that, and they'll come up in this presentation. We are seeing more potentially fraudulent requests, as you would expect. We see lots of red flags. That makes us ask lots more questions and do lots more research. An interesting thing is we're getting more fraud reports from the community through our fraud reporting system that is on our website. And almost all of the fraud reports we are getting now are valid fraud reports. They really concern IPv4 fraud rather than spam and phishing, which is what we used to get. And the fraud reports we're getting are about the requesters that we are seeing currently. So they're actually about the open tickets that we're reviewing. It's a really interesting correlation. So all of this is requiring more due diligence, more staff time, more back and forth, just a lot of work to get the data that we need. We're seeing a lot more out-of-region requests. I have mentioned this before in a policy experience report. It is difficult to verify the justification for these requests. The obvious thing is language barriers, but there's more than that. We have no equivalent way to validate the data that we're getting. We use, obviously, web searches and web tools, and we can do that with in-region requests, and we can find what we need about either the requesters, the ISPs, the end users, or their customers. We actually can find information about them. We use things like PayPal, even Google Earth. I mean, we just use everything available. But we don't have that equivalent with most of these out-of-region requests, particularly those from Asia, which are in a different language altogether, and there's just no way for us to correlate some of the data we're seeing or verify. These requests are coming in frequently. These guys are coming in fast. It's pretty much every 3 months or just below 3 months. And what we're seeing is rapid growth. They're requesting more and more space each time they come in. We are seeing more requests involving new technology and services. Andrew also mentioned this. It's really interesting. All of a sudden, with V4 depleting, there's lots of new technologies and new services, new ways of using IPv4 that we haven't seen before. And some of these are using very large amounts of IPv4 address space. Transfer requests. We have seen overall between 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4 requests in the past 12 months over the previous, a 5% increase. It doesn't sound like a lot, but I probably should have put a graph up because particularly seeing an increase in 8.3 and 8.4s over the past 6 months or so, and Q1, a huge increase in Q1 of 2014. So we expect this continued increase in both transfer and IPv4 requests as we near depletion, and then we expect that increase to just switch over to transfers altogether, 8.3 and 8.4 transfers. So what's the service level impact of all this complexity and all this, increase in response times, et cetera? We can measure our response times in our ARIN Online ticketing system. We can't in our manual system. So when we look at ARIN Online ticket response times, we see that they've increased from 1.08 days in 2012 to 1.65 days in 2013. And that's continuing right now. Some requests, the response times are over 2 days, some are under. We are seeing that the time required to complete an entire IPv4 request from beginning to end is increasing. And when we look back at Q1 to Q4 of 2013, ISP requests increased, the completion from beginning to end increased by 7 days. And with end users, that increase was 11 days. The end users are a little bit more because they include a billing and contract phase, so there's some back and forth over there that takes a little bit of a delay. So what are we doing about all this? Well, we are currently reviewing our internal procedures to find ways to streamline processes and procedures. We've written a document that identifies everything we do, and we've written a recommendation or potential ways that we can improve and streamline and maybe cut some of the bureaucracy while still being able to enforce the policies. So we have that ready, and we're kind of busy, and it's been hard to really address that, but I am getting back to that, and we will be making changes. We've been making some slowly, but we will be making more. So looking at our current IPv4 inventory, right now we have 1.26/8 equivalents. I expect that number to drop fairly quickly in the next couple of weeks. We've got a couple of large pending requests, so that number may go down fast. That's available. That's the space that we issue from every day. It's clean and ready to go to a customer. We also have reserved inventory. We have 8.88/16 equivalents in what we call our RRH bucket. That's basically our quarantine space. Any space that we get back, we hold for 90 days and to clear filters. And then when we are ready to release it back into the pool, we check routing, check blacklist, make sure it looks like pretty clean space, and we put it back in our available pool. If it is blacklisted, we actually hold it back and put it back at the bottom of the pile. And a lot of times we will contact, these spam people like Spam House and just say, this is clean space, this doesn't belong to that person. We just try to clear up the issue. We have the /10 reserved for the dedicated IPv4 block to facilitate IPv6 deployment, which we've mentioned. And there's also a reserve for the microallocations. And we have 231 /24s currently reserved still in that /16 that we put aside. Block size distribution, just to take a quick look. This is on our website, but just to take a quick peek at what our prefix size is available that we have currently. It goes from a low of 1/9 left to a high of 1,219 /24s. We have lots of the smaller blocks, but that's mostly what we issue. We're mostly issuing 24s, 23s, 22s, 21s, and 20s. So our countdown plan. We are about to move into phase 4. That happens when we reach our last /8 equivalent. At that point, all IPv4 requests will be team reviewed. It will never be a single person reviewing. The requests and the responses are going to be processed in the order that they are received. That's our version of first in, first out. It's going to be chronological. Whatever is in the box that day gets processed in order of receipt, whether that be a first-time request or a response to an existing request. We have 3 teams set aside to work this. We put this into effect about 2 weeks ago just to have practice to make sure we were ready. And we're actually finding that this team process is very slow. And I'm not sure, we're not happy with it. I'm sure you're not happy with it. We're going to try to fix this if we can. I need to talk to my RAR counterparts to see if they have any hints, because it's a very slow process, and I know they did team review as well. So I'll try to get something to fix this before we actually move into phase 4. The hold period for those recovered resources is going to drop from 90 days to 60 days. So the quarantine space will be held for 60 days before being re-released into the pool. An organization will have 60 days from the approval of the request to complete their payment and/or RSA. If they don't complete it within the 60 days, those resources will be released back into the pool and made available to another organization. So those are the changes with phase 4. Looking at IPv4 churn, mentioning the space that we do get back on occasion churns up our inventory a bit. It comes back in 3 ways. You're all familiar with this: voluntary return, revocation for lack of payment typically, and reclamation for fraud or business dissolution, which doesn't get used very often. Over the years, I guess since 2004, in the past 10 years, we have received back 3.68/8s via all 3 of those methods. So that's a lot of space. A /8 equivalent was returned to IANA in 2012. So if we're looking at that burn rate and churn rate, what we're getting back versus what we're issuing, you can see in the green and the red. The earlier years, we were getting, more than a blip, right? We were getting significant amounts of space back, and we were issuing significant amounts of space. In the past couple of years, we're issuing a lot less space, and we're also getting back very little space. I bet you can't see the red lines. I can, but they're for 2012 and 13, but it's very little. But we do get it back. It's not unheard of. So our annual burn rate, if you look at this, we had a low in 2003. This is the /8s we've issued over the years. A low in 2003 of just over 1.2 /8s. To a high in 2009 of just about 3.25 /8s. At this point, in the past couple of years, we've just leveled off. We've been issuing just a little over 1.2 /8s. It's been pretty even. So moving into how to get IPv4 address space with depletion imminent. We have a policy for an IPv4 waiting list. That starts when ARIN can't fulfill a justified request. In other words, when we don't have a prefix size available that someone justifies, they have the option to use this waiting list. We actually have the software in place. We're ready to go. It's all built in. So anyway, an organization will have an option to specify the smallest acceptable size. If no block is available between their approved size and the smallest size they're willing to take, they have an option to go on the waiting list. So filling these requests, we're going to fill oldest first, right? It goes back to the oldest request on the list first. So for example, if ARIN gets a /16 back for some reason, someone returns it or it's revoked, and the oldest request on the list is for a /24, we will issue a /24 to that organization. We're going to break the /16, give the /24, and then we'll have lots of little prefixes to fill, hopefully satisfying other waiting list requests. The policy says you can receive only one allocation every 3 months. Specified transfer listing service. This is a service that's gone into place since with the advent of V4 depletion. It is currently in existence. There's 3 ways to participate. We have the listers who have available IPv4 address space, the needers, people who are looking for IPv4 address space, and then the facilitators, who are the matchmakers. They help listers and needers find each other. Currently, we have 3 listers and 9 facilitators and 0 needers. What is happening is we'll have a lot of people coming in requesting to be added to the waiting list, and they don't really know what they're actually doing. They don't realize that ARIN has space and that they can actually come to us and apply. So once they find that out, they drop their request. So we have no needers on the list at this point. I think that will change soon, but for now, there are 0. The major uses obviously are matchmaking, but the thing that isn't well advertised about STLS is that it's used as a pre-approval method for a transaction arranged either inside or outside of STLS. So if you want to pre-qualify and you think you've got your own person, that you found somebody that you can get space from, but you haven't really gone through a facilitator and you haven't really used STLS, you can actually use STLS process to pre-qualify for an amount of space. We're working on the documentation for that. It's not well documented. We actually are also I am working on creating a separate pre-approval process that we'll put up on the webpage so people can see how it's done outside of the STLS. Just haven't gotten there yet, but it is something that I'm working on. Pre-approvals are based on the 24-month demonstrated need in accordance with 8.3 and 8.4 transfers. So when you come to us and you say, I want this much space and here's my 24-month need, we mark that and we note that, and so that is your approval size. That is your pre-approval size. Looking at IPv4 specified recipient transfers, I should have done a graph for this too. This is boring, I'm sorry, but I wasn't thinking. I know you guys like to see graphs and charts and trends, but I didn't do that. So right now we've completed, since policy inception, we've completed 71 transfers to specified recipients, 8.3 transfers. That encompasses 46,758 /24s and 11 ASNs. What we're seeing is that these types of transactions are typically arranged through the V4 brokers. Inter-RIR transfers. We show 24 transfers completed as of this date between ARIN and APNIC. I think Juan Liang's number said 30, but I think he's got some pending on his end. But we have completed, between the two of us, 24. That encompasses 2,677 /24s that have moved out of the ARIN region into the APNIC region. It's just ARIN and APNIC for now. The expectation is that it's primarily ARIN to APNIC rather than APNIC to ARIN, given the early exhaustion in the APNIC region. We actually haven't had a transfer from an inter-RIR transfer from APNIC to ARIN at this point. This I mentioned yesterday, I think. This graph is a little out of date, I apologize, but it does show the trend, so that's why I kept it in. We actually have 55% of our members have IPv4 only, and 45% have both IPv4 and IPv6. That number has increased. It's been slow, you can see from 2010 to 2013, Q3 2013, but we are making progress. And that's all I have. Are there any questions?
You're popular.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. Hey, Owen, yeah?
Owen DeLong, Hurricane Electric, ARIN AC. On the transfer statistics, would it be possible at some point to get a histogram of the prefix sizes transferred?
Sure. Can someone make a note of that, because I'm going to forget? Sorry.
You got a big guy in back.
Oh, yeah, David's next. Not David Farmer, sorry, David Huberman.
All right. In October 2001, the RIPE community revolted against Axel, Nirani Nimpuno, who was Leslie for RIPE at the time, and the board. And we revolted because the processing time for tickets was 18 days just for an initial response. I'm going to come across as a jerk for a minute, and please excuse me, but it's only because I really care.
A minute?
Here. Yeah. Bill, Tim, Paul, John, Vint, Bill, Aaron. I said yesterday that the most important thing Aaron does on a minute-to-minute basis on the network operations is reverse DNS. I stand by that. Aaron does a fantastic job and has since its inception doing that. But the most important thing I think we agree on is Aaron provides globally unique resources to its customers. And right now you aren't doing it very well. And it isn't Leslie's fault, and it's not Leslie's staff's fault. Go back to the first slide, please. I know, it's a lot of slides back. There you go.
Sorry, that one. Yeah.
18% increase in 12 months. It was already taxed a year ago. It was already too much. Increase in complexity. Trust me, I know. They were already complex. Fraud, way up. That's a lot of man hours. And then please go to the team review slide.
Oh, team review, team review, team review.
This thing is hard. This is very hard. It slows things down considerably. It slows down the initial response, and most importantly, it pisses customers off big, because every cycle, ARIN replies, I reply, then you wait 5 days. You know how tough it is to wait 5 business days in between a response? It's not a process problem, in my opinion. I have some experience with this. Yeah, you can streamline a little. It's a man count problem. ARIN's got plenty of money. ARIN's got almost a 2-year reserve. You're looking at fees. Please, as a member of the community, I implore you, fix the response times. And if that means more head count, if that means doubling the head count, if that means slightly increasing our fees, as a member of the community, I would love to pay it.
Please.
So, let's say hypothetically you add headcount. 2 years from now, you're unlikely to need the same headcount. We're probably not going to go to free pool run out twice. And so we're really talking about handling a surge condition.
Yeah.
The board beat me up recently saying, if you need to add resources for this, do it. Leslie knows that that's an opportunity if we need to use it, but we're looking at it now. There's a little bit of trade-off here. New staff requires training and ramp-up time. At the same time, the resources are dropping. So let me say, I'm not hesitant to go look for more staff if that's what it's going to take to keep these in reasonable ranges. I do think, to some extent, the fraud and the team review imply a level of slower response times even in a very large pool of staff because of the nature of what they are. So there's a diminishing return on adding staff. We will not hesitate to add staff if needed to make this reasonable. We're not going to let it get out of bounds. At the same time, we don't want to disfigure the organization for a one-year event. But your message is heard. I want to point out in some ways, we have to take the very best staff we have and divert them to training new staff to make them useful in a period of time that applies before we get to the point next year where a lot of this may not be applicable.
Okay, so real quickly, and then I'll sit down. Totally respect that. Probably should have done that last year.
Thank you.
And the problem is right here. Begins at 1/8 equivalent left. All V4 requests are team reviewed.
Right.
That's everything. So now that's a big problem.
Right. So let me give you how fast this is coming at us. See, right? oops, wait, wrong side. I'll go the other way. See that?
Yeah.
That's the actual inventory.
Yep.
And you've already got places where there's a 1.
Yeah.
You've got places where there's a few higher counts. But realistically, this is coming at us extremely quickly. So I do agree we're going to be doing team reviews. I'm not sure if anyone understands, we may not be doing any reviews and any processing of new resource requests for very long. Okay? Okay, Mr. Farmer.
Excuse me. David Farmer, University of Minnesota ARIN AC. You mentioned in some of the slides that we've seen a large increase in transfers. But when I look at the report that shows the transfers for us publicly, I see 5 of them in 2014.
Completed?
Yeah.
I was talking about requests.
Okay, requests. Okay, is there
But
a...
what I said was there's only been a 5% increase in the past 12 months over the previous 12 months of all transfers, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
But where we're seeing a real increase now in the number of requests is Q1. If you look at our stats for Q1, you can see the number of transfer requests in 8.3 and 8.4 have gone up quite a bit, and I expect that to continue. That's a trend
Okay.
that will continue.
Okay.
That's what I said.
So there's a whole big blob waiting to complete?
Yeah, there's always a big blob waiting to complete.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very complex. They take a long time, so.
Okay.
If you look at the requests, 8.3 and 8.4 requests, in January, we had 9. In February, we had 11. In March, we had 14. That's going up rapidly. That doesn't count 8.2s, which often proceed and happen at the same time because someone's trying to validate their resources.
Yeah.
We have, on a given month, 30 some odd 8.2 requests now. That used to be what we got in a single quarter.
Right.
So
Thank
a lot
you.
of documentation review.
Okay, thank you.
Back microphone.
Leif Sawyer, GCI Alaska. On that last slide about the IPv4 and IPv6 net blocks, it may be a little too early to ask this question, but have we seen any IPv6 only, or do we have any IPv6 only?
So I used to report on this, and I would actually break it down into IPv4 members with just IPv4, ARIN members with IPv4 and IPv6, and then ARIN members with IPv6 only. I actually added that number. It was 6% of the total. I actually added that number into those that have both v4 and v6 because those were in actuality legacy space holders who have IPv4. They just don't have it directly from us. So you can't really discount them. It sort of threw them into the 45%. Made the numbers look much better. But Owen, I think, is Owen? Yeah.
Owen DeLong, Hurricane Electric ARIN AC. With all due respect to Mr. Huberman's comments, I'm of the belief, and Leslie can certainly correct me because I'm sure she knows far better than I, that it probably takes 3 to 6 months before a new resource analyst is up and fully processing requests without somebody looking over their shoulder and basically doubling the man-hour effort to do so. And we're probably going to see this surge come to a relatively abrupt end, not much further out than that. So I think we've kind of gone past the point where we could address this with more manpower, and I don't really see a lot of point in throwing money into it.
Could I just make one comment? What we're expecting is that increase in v4 requests are going to just shift over to 8.2 and 8.3. So that's all v4 requests, and there's going to be a lot of them. And so that number doesn't go down for quite some time. Please.
Yeah,
John.
there's two things. One is, one thing I would be very concerned about is under no circumstance should this IPv4 slogging get in the way of an IPv6 request. And bringing someone up to speed for IPv6 might be significantly easier, and we should probably pay attention to that and make sure that everyone who wants V6 can get them and doesn't need to wait in line because the whole team is busy going through team review of a V4 depletion. So we'll double check on that just to make sure.
Oh, we've got it covered.
Yeah, I think we got it, and I'll just, So the second point, though, is that this is going to move into transfers. And the amount of time it takes to process a transfer is significantly up to the policies set by this community, okay? And so to the extent that that's something you're worried about, yes, we will reapply resources if that's what it takes. But at the end of the day, I want everyone to remember the policies for transfer are not protecting the free pool. They're doing something else, and you need to decide on the cost-benefit trade-off of whatever else that is that you think you're doing with the policies. Okay.
I think Kevin is next.
Go ahead.
Heather?
Heather Schiller, Google Fiber, having recently, last week, been through the process of getting more address space, I wanted to comment that it was timely and, it didn't appear to us to take any more significant time, as long as you have all your stuff together and you know what you're doing. So that was fine. On the other hand, all the other kinds of tickets seem to be taking a lot longer, like a week to get a SWIP approved that somehow, got flagged for manual processing or something, things like that. Those are falling by the wayside, and that is frustrating, and it shouldn't take multiple emails and multiple calls
That's
to
good
get.
to know. Next time, can you please send me an email directly? Because I can't audit that, so I would love to know that, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
And that's along with the V6 requests. I don't intend to have the non-V4 slogging get held up, so we'll have a discussion about that. That's something that you should not have the other ticket category slow down.
Yeah.
And if you're seeing that, that's good to know.
I wasn't aware of that, and I audit every day, so that's interesting, but it's good to know. Thank you. Kevin?
Hi, Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, RNIC. You have an ice cream. I want an ice cream. I'm willing to mutually buy this ice cream. I'm confused about the technical complexities of 8234 transfers, and if they are extremely complicated right now, how do we simplify them? Because it sounds like you have to ramp up, not for end of days with V4, you have to ramp up for the transfer market because every transfer is going to be complicated?
You can please take that, yes.
Yeah, let me touch that one. I'm going to talk about 8.2, completely different than 8.3 and 8.4.
Okay.
8.2 is hard, it's going to stay hard, and it needs to be hard. If you don't want your resources hijacked by someone, it is important that the 8.2 transfer process is diligent, because the alternative is that we accept verbal assertions over written documentation regarding what someone claims is their rights to transfer a resource. So, but that's also something, folks, if you are interested, you can do that at any time. If you have records that are out of date, you can come to ARIN and get them updated even without doing an 8.3 transfer. 8.2 is used predominantly when you have resources in the wrong organization name and you've gone through one or more things and you haven't kept up the record keeping. I am uncertain of the trade-offs involved in improving 8.2 processing. 8.3 processing and 8.4 processing are significantly impacted by something called needs assessment. Some of you are familiar with it, and we've talked about it over the last 2 days. And again, the needs assessment aspect of that is something that the community has indicated it values. Therefore, we do very much the same processing that's required for an allocation, and we're doing it for a transfer. And you say make it efficient, but we have a very rich, deep, chewy policy manual which people apply to have their need validated against. And short of a much more streamlined way of evaluating need, as long as there is need assessment and transfers, we are left doing the same processing we were doing before. And you can't get your ice cream without showing the rest of us that you needed it.
See the button? Oh, sorry. See the button. Sorry. So obviously there is something that you guys can do to streamline this process and reduce the number of man-hours necessary, which is to simplify the policy document. If the rules under which you're applying are simpler and more straightforward and more harmonized and uniform and concise, then fewer hours are necessary to hunt around in them to find something that gets people what they want.
So just to comment on that, because one of the things that we've been discussing over the last 2 days is operational versus what should be in the NRPM, what should be out of the NRPM. I believe that over time, the community's view of need as a word and ARIN staff's implementation of need have become more stringent, and I think maybe that needs to be looked at, because I think we are, because of end of days of V4, being too pedantic when it comes to requests in 8.3 and 8.4.
We would welcome guidance there.
David?
Hi, Leslie.
Hi, David.
David Conrad, representing Confusion. So I'm actually quite interested in the uptick in the fraud aspects of all of this. You indicated that you were receiving a large number of additional fraud reports. Can you characterize sort of the distribution? Are you seeing a small number of people reporting a large amount of fraud, or is it a large number of people reporting a small amount of fraud?
Actually, it's interesting. It's not huge numbers, first of all, but it's an increase in valid requests. So it's anywhere, I can't remember my numbers, but 10, 15 a month, something like that. And we're seeing like 3 or 4 reports about the same organization from different people. That's what we're typically seeing. Most of the fraud we're seeing is reported by more than one organization that appear to be completely separate organizations doing the reporting. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does.
Okay.
I mean, it helps. It actually, I would think that in the future, tracking the fraud reports, the distribution of the fraud reports, would actually be pretty important because of the likelihood that they are going to increase. I think that'll probably inform hiring decisions. And unfortunately, my suspicion is the folks that you're going to need to hire are more in the forensic side of things, which actually means they actually have to understand stuff, which means they're going to be expensive. And this community is going to probably need to pony up additional money.
Thanks, David. David?
Hi, 2 fast comments. I wanted to respond to Heather's comment. It's not personal or anything. The people in this room, we're really good at working with ARIN. A lot of people here have come to many ARIN meetings, have done lots of ARIN requests. If we can't do it fast, nobody can do it fast. I did a request too last week. Staff did fantastic. It was completed really quickly. But if you can go back to your actual statistics, you have lead time statistics, completion time statistics, right there. Second bullet point. From Q1 to Q4 last year, end user request tickets increased 11 days to complete them. ISPs increased 7 days to complete them. Those are hard statistics that show a considerable slowdown. So there is a problem, even though we in the room can get done things. When you know what you're doing, you can get some things done fast, definitely. Second off, I wanted to respond or make a comment in trying to be helpful to Mr. Curran. 8.2 transfers. You know how maybe we can make them faster? Let's stop having people from this community who are engineers and with engineering background being the primary responsibility for reviewing legal transactions. I don't understand why the ARIN staff doesn't have paralegals or some type of properly trained staff who are actually doing the 8.2 transfers and may be used to this type of things, rather than folks who worked at UUNet and Global Crossing as engineers.
Just to be clear, Dave, the problem is not in reviewing documents, it's in explaining to someone, yes, you need to provide them. And I think you have been through that cycle before and you're aware. Our challenge isn't, can we get one of the documents on the list? We have bright staff, and it doesn't require, in the rare case where the document we're getting does require legal review, we actually now have in-house legal counsel, and he's pretty good out back there at going through such documents pretty quickly. The vast majority of these are just, we need to get the paper, and it's not on our side. It's, how can the network engineer who thought he was doing a network request find the transaction paperwork, which is over in the legal department in his business unit, when it's not us reviewing, it's them getting it and supplying it where we're generally held up on.
So finally,
to be clear.
We talked about fraud. Mr. Conrad came up and talked about it. You talked about it. Leslie asked 5 years ago for a fraud team, and 4 years ago for a fraud team, and 3 years ago for a fraud team. And if fraud's significant, can maybe we get a fraud team so that the host masters can actually work on people who need space and need SWIPs and need all that? I hear a lot of, well, we could do this, but maybe we can't do that. We could do this, but maybe we can't do that. Lead time is slower. Completion time is slower. It's just going to get worse with transfers. It's just going to get worse with fraud. Please do something.
I hear your plea. I want to make sure you understand. I want to be very clear. So the lead time you're seeing, we're seeing an increase in end user lead time because we're seeing a lot of first-time requesters show up. And our response time, yes, our ticket response time has gone up a little bit because of volume, but the total return and going up increased to 11 days is because we go back and we have to educate them in the process of getting the materials. So I think a fraud team's great. I actually think we're staffed for a fraud team. Right now, in 2015, we have a great staff for a fraud team. But it's 2014, and we're in the middle of a year of significant transition. So that's, I don't want to try to do too many things at once when the composition of what we're facing 2 years from now could be entirely different than what we're facing today.
Tina, I think you're next.
Yes, I had a remote question from Christoph Blecker from Disney Interactive. He asked, when you receive a pre-approval, how long do you have to complete the transfer with that pre-approval still active?
That's a good question. I can't remember the process, but
The question is, can you repeat it?
Oh,
Repeat the question.
how long is your pre-approval good for, basically, is what he's asking. I can't remember if it's, we have this written in our procedure, it's new, we haven't used it much. Kathy, do you know by any chance? Sorry, I'm just going to see if Kathy has it down there somewhere, because she has the document written in front of her.
It is currently 90 days.
Okay, it's good for 90 days.
Yes,
Okay.
that we won't go back to you to redo the approval.
Okay.
part. There is a
I am going to be
discussion about it.
closing the mic, so if you get any other questions to Leslie before break, approach the mics now.
I think Andrew was actually next. He's behind, oh.
Go ahead.
Andrew, are you next?
Dull with my AC hat on. First comment about streamlining the policy, and this is kind of an admonition to the people in this room. The AC has tried a number of times to make large-scale policy changes to the document through what people have called omnibus changes, and this community has balked at those changes because they have been unable to digest them. So, if we want big changes, you're going to have to digest them. And that means not calling out every single nit that is your favorite thing that you don't like every single time. It's okay to make it a comment once, but not every single time. And so I am personally would like to see us make some big changes. And if other people would like to talk to me about that, I'm happy to talk to them. Second comment about that, I had some conversations with people yesterday about a little bit more looking at strategic policy for a 5 year from now, ARIN. What should our policy look like 5 years from now? RS and I talked about this. If you'd like to talk with us about this and what you'd like to see in an ARIN policy 5 years from now, please come and find us and we would be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. Front mic?
It's me, right?
Yeah.
Luhan from Outside Heaven. There are a few things I want to make comment regarding the registration service. Of course, it's also from the experience which we had with the registration service so far. The first thing I'd like to mention regarding the technical need. I believe the registry is about evaluating the technical need of each technical company, and it's pure based on the network operation, of course. We had experience with, which is quite unique, especially in this registry. We've been getting a lot of involvement with attorney, which is lawyers. And my network operation team are based on the technical need. We don't really talk to the lawyers that often. So we'd appreciate ARIN actually, when evaluating tickets, if there's a question, if there's a problem, please bring in to technical people and we discuss the technical problem instead of bring attorney. Of course, exception would be checking legal documents, but aside from that, we'd appreciate every time when we're talking about problems, we should talk about technical need only, and that's a technical community here. And the second thing here is we've been heard about some best practice from ARIN instead of strictly obeying the policy. While we listening in our tickets regarding the each of the policy sessions, we've been refusing to discuss the policy in session instead of being told it's a business need. So we like to ask ARIN if the business practice, is that a document for that? Is that being posted somewhere in the website? Or everything should be based on every policy strict on the discussion of the understanding of each policy? And we like ARIN to clarify on this. And the last point I have here is to make more efficient evaluation and to encourage the deployment of the V6. We wonder if there is a technical check when people start, the new member coming to ARIN and ask V4, the new member, would you ask them to actually, ask them to apply for V6 in the same time? Like to tell them, hey guys, do you want V6 in the same time, promoting the tickets as well? Yeah, that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay. The last question, Leslie, when someone comes looking for V4 resources, do we advise them that, or ask them, do they also want V6?
We don't ask, it's not a policy, but we do point out that V4 is in depletion very quickly and that they should consider applying for IPv6 now. So we kind of encourage it, but we don't require it.
And then regarding the other questions, I actually clarified on the PPML list at length ARIN's practice, because ARIN's service is the RIR for this region, so we issue resources for this region. With respect to utilization, if you have additional equipment in this region, it's very easy for us to determine your additional need and issue resources. If you don't have additional equipment that we can go on, but you only have additional customers, it is our practice to verify those customers, and we generally are looking for things like customer names and street addresses, and some people are put off by that, and I'm very sorry. Until the community gives me a better policy to use, I'm going to look for something we can verify, because otherwise need would be entirely asserted and unverifiable. This means in particular, when a party says, I have no additional equipment in this region, but I have a need for a great number of additional addresses, and what I want to supply you is only the email addresses of our customers, I actually, at this time, I have no policy to support that, and the staff position is that that's not verifiable in any form. And we're happy to take policy. If you want, the AC members all have badges. I'm happy to consider an email address to be a new customer if the AC will give me policy that says it.
That's not my question actually here. My question here is when we discuss, when the registration service come to its new member or the old member, doesn't matter, come to a ticket, the technical need should be the first being verified, regardless of the way of method of verifying, but instead of bringing attorney into a verification process, that is very...
Yeah. I understand. Unfortunately,
that's the only question I have. It's not about any detail.
Right. Before we can actually deal with an organization, the first step, because we're going to have to enter in a contract with them, is to verify legally who they are. So yes, it does become a technical discussion, but first we have a legal discussion, and that's also required if we're going to sign a contract with someone on the other side.
I fully understand that, but the problem is between the technical discussion, we've been heard from the registration service that they need to talk to us unless they have a lawyer standing next to them. That is not very nice to a technical community. That's basically my suggestion here. So if, of course, there's legal things need to be checked, there's document to be signed, that's completely fine. But where during a technical need evaluation, that should be a purely technical. And if there is need for additional technical information, sure, you can request it. But that is not my question here. So simply
I'm unaware of ARIN asking someone to have a lawyer present for their discussion. I do know that we have had occasions where we say, we're trying to verify your material and we are looking at things that appear to be fraudulent, and we advise people of that. So perhaps you should approach me during the break and we can talk about it.
Sure. Thanks.
Louis? Louis Lee?
Hi, Leslie, thank you.
Oh, sorry. what?
Microphones are closed, okay, so we can actually get a break. Louis and then Jason, thank you.
Louis Lee, Equinix, Chair of the ASO Address Council. I apologize if you don't recognize me without my hat. Back in September of 2010, this community, along with other global, with the rest of the global community, passed a global policy. The policy about ASN 32-bit versus 16-bit. The relevant excerpt I want to address is this means that until December 31st, 2010, RIRs can receive two separate ASN blocks, one for 16-bit ASNs and one for 32-bit only ASNs from the IANA under this policy. After this date, IANA and the RIRs will cease to make any distinction between 16-bit and 32-bit only ASNs and will operate the ASN allocations from an undifferentiated 32-bit ASN allocation pool. So the SOAC has received a request from IANA to clarify this policy. Before we do so, we want to ask Leslie, we want to ask the other RIR, RSD managers, and also perhaps IANA to clarify their question for this community. Is the goal of the policy being met? If I recall correctly, the goal was to set a date to which we can tell our hardware vendors and our SDN vendors that this is the date you have to support 32-bit ASNs. If we have people, customers or registrants asking asking to return their 4-byte and their equipment is still not supporting it, then do we need a change of policy? Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to hear what the experience about that is. And also what the run rate of the 2-byte is.
Okay, so we have met and talked about this. The reality is that 4-byte ASNs have not taken off like they should have. The expectation was everybody would be able to accept them. They work. I think there's people in this room, I think Rob Seastrom is one, who would comment, it doesn't always work, and we are having lots of 4-byte ASNs returned to us. So we have a limited supply of 2-byte ASNs, all of the RIRs, and we continue to have to use them. We're all running out. When we go back to IANA, the policy says we don't distinguish between the two, but that's crazy because we do distinguish between the two. We have no choice. The reality of the market is, the community is that they're not working well for the community. I think that RIPE said they're issuing about 70% 4 bytes and 30% 2 bytes. Even that's a big push, but they're still issuing 2 bytes because they have to. LACNIC, it's the same thing. APNIC, the same thing. They're trying to get the 4 bytes out there by default, but they get them returned frequently. So when we go back as RIRs to request additional ASN blocks from IANA, there's a formula and there's a policy, and it applies to all of your ASNs, all of the ones that you have in stock. You have to have used 80%. That includes your 4-byte and your 2-byte. The RIRs are thinking, we need to reserve, we need to keep our 2 bytes. We don't want them to count against us when we go back for more 4-byte ASNs. We need to reserve them for those customers who need them. So we're in a rock and a hard place. We have a couple of problems right here. Maybe someone can explain it better. Andrea, do you want to kind of pick up?
Hello, Andrea Cima, RIPE NCC. No, I just wanted to confirm the numbers that you mentioned. The RIPE NCC, we issue about 150 ASNs per month, out of which almost 70% are 4-byte ASNs, so and only 35% are 2-byte ASNs.
Right. Did that explain the problem at all, Louis? Do you?
So that was about 45 issued in that month, in about a month's time. And what's your pool looking like?
I don't know how many we have.
Projecting how long that will last you.
With regards to the pool listing, I think we should have 2 byte ASNs for another couple of years. So,
Okay. I do not want to get into an extended discussion of this because we're wrapping up Leslie's report. So to extent that we're going to move on, we have an open mic at the end if we folks want to revisit the 2 byte, 4 byte ASN topic. The microphones are closed. Okay. Jabber, go ahead.
One remote comment before the microphones were closed. Marla Aidsinger, Frontier Networks. I disagree with Andrew Dole. The community should never stop rejecting NITs that they see affect policy in a negative way. What I see as the issue is we have complex policy based off of fear, loss of the fear mode of IPv4 running out, and everything will become easier. Lose the fear mode, sorry.
Okay. And then the back microphone, Jason? Wait, I see Heather. Heather, you want to respond to something?
Yeah, so, how do I say it politely? The policy experience report is the place where staff can come to the community and say, we're having this difficulty with a particular policy. Can you please consider another way and look into this? Instead of staff deciding to change how ASNs are allocated without telling the community, you should have come to the community and said, we're having this problem. Like that opportunity is there.
Can I just comment on that? I brought that to the policy experience report 3 times over the past 5 years.
And that's how we got to yes, it is, because and I looked at it yesterday. So that's how we got to the policy that we have now, because in 2009 it was different and we changed it in 2010. And that's what the current policy is about, going in order from lowest to high.
Right. We made the decision to do lowest to highest, correct.
And that's what's in the policy that got implemented and changed in 2010. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I looked back. I was not aware, and I can look again, but that anyone came back in the last 3 years and said this is still a problem.
Oh, they have.
Yeah, it's
and
been
I've
in the
reported
reports,
it.
but we can verify it. All right, more 2 byte, 4 byte at the open mic, because we do have to finish up the engineering report.
Right.
And then when we get done with that, we'll come to a break, and then when we get back, we'll have 2 more reports, and then we'll have an open mic.
Right.
Okay.
Can I go now?
Yes, you're done, Leslie.
Okay,
Thank you.
you.
Because that's where the rubber hits the road with the actual numbers, you're always going to be popular, Leslie. All right, so we're going to defer the engineering report till after the break because the break started 25 minutes ago. You have a break. It runs 20 minutes. I will see you back here at 11:15. We are resuming at 11:15. Quickly. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 11:15 or so, and we're going to resume with the engineering report. I'll ask Mark Costers to come up. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, thank you, John. So based on the RSD presentation and seeing the queue afterwards, I thought that was the engineering report. So I'm going to go through this really, really quickly. One thing I'll mention about our staffing is that we're pretty much at full strength. We have one QA position open right now. Most of the staff, I was reflecting on this, has been there about 2 to 5 years. We have a few long-timers, but there's been a overturning of staff within the last 6 or 7 years. Year-to-date efforts, we're working on ACSPs. Work is underway for sharing ticket information, which is important for transfers, and that's one of Leslie's highlights. RPKI, we're mopping up the remaining work. The last thing to be done is migrating from our HSMs from a 4764 to a 4765. It's because you can no longer get parts for the 4764. We've migrated Oracle to Postgres, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. And we're moving away from EMC to NetApp for our SAN. And the reason for this, and I mentioned this before, is that we've had problems with both those systems, both Oracle and EMC, and so we're getting rid of these problem children. What we're working on now is we're working on DNSSEC, making updates near real time. So you put in your changes in ARIN Online, they should be almost immediately reflected in DNS. Hardening of our key management systems associated with it. We have some fault tolerance improvements that we're putting in. We're going to be moving our production systems from ARIN HQ to our colo out in Ashburn. And we're moving back-end systems when merited from virtual instances to actual hardware because there are times where it's inappropriate and we're finding out why. And of course, we ran the member meeting here, the network, and so on and so forth. Let's talk about OT&E. So OT&E is operational test and evaluation. It's a place for people to test code and to test process. So if you want to go ahead and use that environment, please do so. We've replicated most of the core services. The only thing that's remaining that I don't think we're going to do is we're not going to be doing template processing because it's frankly just too confusing for end user, and we're worried about people putting things into OT&E when they really meant to put it into production. Everything here is very visual in terms of, hey, look, you're in the test environment as opposed to being in the real production environment. And there you can see that we have all the major suites there available. We've had a security audit by Foreground Security, and at this point I'd like to thank the community for bringing this up as a suggestion at the last meeting. This is a good suggestion. We took the challenge. We had Foreground come in. The sort of preliminary report from them is our external services are very rock solid. They did also look at our internal services, and they had a number of suggestions that they'd like us to actually entertain. IETF, we participate very heavily in IETF, mainly in a bunch of different working groups. We've talked about some of these before. CIDR, which is really RPKI. RPKI, GTA, Global Trust Anchor, that was brought up a couple days ago, actually yesterday. And RDAP, which is a replacement to WHOIS. There's also a lot of ICANN participation that's done by engineering staff. There's the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, which is SAC. There's a root server committee, and there's a technical advisory group, all of which ARIN staff participates on. And these are important in the global community. What I'd like to talk about now is we've had a real successful conversion from Oracle to Postgres. As we went through the conversion process, we wanted to make sure our data, there was 100% validation of all the data across the wire from Oracle to Postgres. And because data integrity is paramount to us, as well as you. We did put in high availability into the system. We were invited to give a talk at one of the most premier Postgres conferences. The people who gave that talk, the feedback received was they were rock stars in that they really liked the stuff that we've done. They would like to see us open source some of the tools that we have put into place. We did have an instance where we exercised high availability within the first week because we had a hardware failure on the primary database server, and it went without any sort of implication to you as end user. We did have one failure, however, that required that resulted in a couple unplanned outages, and it was because we were trying to put in centralized logging, and we had our syslog, which it took us a little while to figure out, actually caused some issues that made Postgres go wonky. We have actually identified all this and got this all taken care of. Here you can see our ARIN Online usage. We have almost 82,000 people, or accounts, I shouldn't say people, accounts that have been activated. It's pretty great. What's interesting about this is active usage of ARIN Online. You can see one of the things that's interesting as I was building this is the number of people who have actually come in over 16 times is really starting to increase. So there's going to be more and more usage here. Here you can see templates. People are using RegRWS. REST is in red, which is our RegRWS. Templates are in green. And what's interesting about this is that REST is really overtaking the templates. Templates are increasing, but the RegRWS stuff is increasing even more. Reports via REST. Here you can see the request from inception through Q1 of 2014. And what's interesting about this is the number of reassignments and especially who was requests. What's interesting about this is that there's been almost 250,000 of who was requests exercised against the REST interface in our system. And that's actually very interesting. RPKI usage. We're having slow uptake with number of organizations. We have 108 today. There's a number of people who are actually putting up ROAs. What's interesting about this is that there's been 0 people who are actually using up-down or delegated. So we have not seen any requests come in for that at all yet. Web delegated, which is the second from the bottom, we're actually going to deprecate before it gets any usage. Who is? We've had this spike a couple years ago that we talked about a couple days ago. What's interesting about this graph is that the RESTful interface on this has been consistently higher than the WHOIS interface in terms of number of queries presented and answered. This graph shows the percentage of v6 traffic on the WHOIS cluster, and it goes up and down, mainly going up, which is a good thing, but lately has been coming down a little bit. I don't understand why. What are you guys doing with v6? IRR maintainers. It increases at a gradual rate. We're seeing some steady usage here. Here's the number of routes and Route 6 objects. Route 6 is increasing a little bit higher, it's kind of flat, but given the number, this is a logarithmic scale, so you can see that there's just not very many Route 6 objects in our IRR. IRR netnums, you can see here that we're having some in here, but it's just essentially flat as well. Interrupts. We've been doing lots of interrupts, excuse me, both with RPKI and RDAP, which is a replacement for WHOIS, and ARIN has been instrumental in these tasks. Admittedly, we were behind with RPKI at the beginning, but we're up to speed with every other regional registry now in terms of the capabilities that each of us has. And RDAP, we're actually leading the charge on making this available. Andy, who's back there, is really championing this, has one of the few RDAP clients, actually the only one, and we have a public test bed of a standard that's coming out this summer, we hope, on WHOIS replacements. RDAP, what I'd like to bring out also is that we really started this at ARIN. And I kind of want to toot our own horn about this because everyone else has found this very, very interesting. All the other regional registries have been a part of this. But what was really interesting is ICANN said, we got to solve our multilingual problem. ARIN, can you help? And Andy and I sat down with their tech people and said, hey, we have an idea. Here's a way of going forward. They loved it. And they're actually putting this in all their contracts with all of their registrars and registries to go forward. So this work is actually important and it's going to be global. So, thank you. So one of our focuses is that we're really a small engineering shop. We don't have a lot of people. They're really, really good engineers, and we have lots of demands. And we're attempting to provide exceptional service. And that's one of the things that we're stressing within ARIN. To that effect, we're creating APIs for our core services, which allows you to create the tools that you want. And you won't have to be dependent on us for all the knobs. Andy talked about this 2 days ago, but I just want to sort of follow up and reassert that, hey, we're making these APIs so that you can create the tools with your development teams for the specific needs that you want. If you find these tools really useful and you want to give back to the community, we have a site that you can actually, a code repository based on ACSP that we did years ago, for you to put your code into place so that others can actually use this, your tools as well. I encourage you to take advantage of that. So what are we working on? We are working on finishing up as many ACSPs as we can, DNSSEC on the forward zones, which we're underway, making DNS changes in real time, moving RDAP pilot into production, which we plan on doing this summer. Further automation on transfers. This is one of the areas that's pressure point on Leslie. It's also one of the things that requires a little bit more automation. Moving core production from ARIN HQ to Colo, and moving our SAM from EMC to NetApp. So at that point, are there any questions? I know I went through that really fast.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, RNAC.
Yes.
A frequent, I think, over the years, person who's come up during this portion of the thing. I would like to applaud ARIN and your staff for having the guts and to go out and get an external audit. The only thing I ask is, I don't want to know the content of the audit, but I do want to know a grade. That would be appropriate, I think, moving forward. And I would ask that your external auditor at least provide a grade or a roadmap for ARIN in that regard. If you can go back a couple slides in regards to the external.
Tell me when.
Keep going. To the external organizations that you are participating in.
Yep.
What I don't see there is ARIN having its own, that external can come and help ARIN. And I just sort of wanted to mention that operationally, you are participating in a number of areas, and maybe it's worth ARIN itself having something where people can come and contribute into ARIN as well and be able to use the brain trust. As well, if you go to if you look at the RESTful information, the one piece of information that would be very useful, especially with the number that you're talking about of RESTful queries that are going on, is the number of unique IPs or the number of unique users that are using the RESTful system. Because as a member, I would like to know, are 3 organizations dominating the resources for their system? Do they need to be throttled? Or is this a across-the-board kind of thing?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that second one. The first one we'll take back. So the first, dealing with, there's really 2 parts of the RESTful interface system, right? One is the provisioning interface, which is Reg RWS, and of course there's a more limited audience associated with it, right? The other one is the public interface with the directory service, who is RWS, and that is actually pretty widespread. And we can look at specific numbers, but it is based on looking at the logs. It is fairly widespread in terms of its usage. What was interesting is when we first did a pilot of this a number of years ago, a person actually created a Flash instance client within days. And we were really excited about that, seeing that sort of behavior occur. Because that means that people are sort of glomming onto this. They like the idea of seeing structured data coming across the wire that they can actually go ahead and use more appropriately internally than the scrapers that we have today.
I was actually more thinking of the who was number, which was, I believe, 250,000 requests, which would be authenticated.
Yes.
And that was the uniqueness related to that. But
Okay.
I'm glad the rest is evenly distributed, that no one company or organization is abusing your resources.
Understood. Thank you.
Ralph Bischoff, SAIC, Tech Park, NASA. One thing that I noticed is your acquisition from a 4764 to a 4765 IBM. Now, with the System X and other lines that are sold to Lenovo, I take it that the ARIN doesn't have the requirements like some of us do to purchase from companies with U.S.-based presence.
So IBM's a U.S.-based company.
We actually, while ARIN is US-based, we serve a very large region. We're not required to purchase from any one country, whether in the ARIN region or otherwise.
Sweet, thanks.
Last questions for Mark before we move on? Okay, after RS, I'm closing the mics. Go ahead.
Hi, Rob Seastrom, ARIN Advisory Council, and Time Warner Cable, and a very small ISP that does friends and family stuff. So I use ARIN Online periodically. And I don't use two-factor authentication to talk to ARIN Online.
Yep.
But in light of events in these last days, that would be an awfully nice thing to have.
Yes.
And I would like to, I'm sure that people have expressed that to you privately, and I'd like to express that to you publicly and add my voice to that.
Can I just, informal poll of the room, raise your hand if you would use two-factor authentication on occasion, like when well-known public crypto libraries were compromised globally, or other occasions, I don't know. All right, so it would get use. I know people would not use, there's a lot of people said I would not use it day to day, but it's nice to have for the occasion when it's nice to have. Okay, thank you.
So if I may, there's two things here. One, there's a SMS-based authentication, two-factor authentication system that Andy brought to the table, and there's also a RFC standard TOTP that Google Authenticator and others are using. Which of those two would you prefer?
Yeah, could we have some folks at the mic help Mark out with some directional guidance?
So there's good and there's better and there's great, and any kind of two-factor authentication, even the SMS stuff, which is an extraordinarily low bar, raises the bar that somebody has to pass to mess with you exponentially. In a previous life, Mr. Curran and I had a talk about RSA stuff, which is widely known to be vulnerable, and yet the value that it was provided for those little tokens was huge. And so we continued using them, even though it has these problems with it. Sure, but it raises the bar.
Thank you. Thank you.
People at the mic solely for commenting on two-factor authentication and possible implementation options. Go.
Scott Librand. I use primarily Google Authenticator to do my two-factor auth with other organizations. If that's trivial implementation and RFC compatible and all that good stuff, great, do it. But as RS said, just go ahead and do whatever you can do cheaply. It's not like my interactions with ARIN are going to result in somebody draining my bank account. It's probably not even the case that somebody getting into ARIN Online is going to mean that there's an irrevocable loss of a number of resources that couldn't be fixed when someone realizes it's messed up. So go ahead and do whatever you can do easily, and I will be perfectly happy with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Actually,
Okay. Owen DeLong, Hurricane Electric, ARIN AC. I'm all for two-factor authentication. I am finally down to carrying one hardware token, and everything else is now an app for that. I think I'm presently using about 6 two-factor authentication apps. Please, if at worst, make it another app. Please do not do a hardware token-based solution. Google Authenticator would be okay, though all my data belong to Google is not my favorite thing in the world.
So to that point, Google Authenticator is not the only one. This is a standards-based solution of which you can use Google Authenticator, but there's many other providers you can use as well. So
that'd be fine too.
Okay, great, thank you. That's Kevin.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC. I believe I originally brought up the two-factor. Both, and then keep going. Whatever makes it easiest for people to access and that is easiest for you to then turn off when there is a compromise. My greatest concern with SMS, as an example, is at some point a malware attack actually takes an SMS message and then redirects it. So any one two-factor authentication method is not good enough. Anything that relies on email is absurdly bad idea into itself, because the email is the first thing that gets compromised. If you guys, the TOTP and SMS is a great start. The other thing is, if you're not comfortable, go with a third-party company to provide an alternative mechanism so that I can have one of 12 different ways instead of you trying to code one of 12 different ways. That is another solution as well. I don't want to go into specific company names, but there are a number of outsourced solutions for this.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
Rear microphone regarding two-factor authentication. Microphones were closed. We're here to comment on helping Mark with two-factor authentication options.
Martin Hannigan, Akamai Technologies. Mark, I have to apologize. We had a conversation about this, I think, 2 days ago, and I said, oh, yeah, no worries. Don't worry about it. And after I thought about it a little bit more, it actually is a problem. I'm concerned with things like social engineering based on somebody modifying an email address in a WHOIS database and using that to cause some additional damage. I think that our recommendation would be to do whatever is most secure. And this is the one area where we would say if we had to pay extra, we would. Not necessarily in fees. I'm not in that bucket, by the way. But if I had to pay for a token or an application or something, we would like to see this as secure as possible. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's one final thing, and then I'll leave, and it's dealing with Heartbleed. We put out an announcement yesterday. All our certs have been re-rolled, and we are all good across all our systems. I was amazed with the number of certs that ARIN has within its organization, and we have multiple companies, so it did take us a little bit, and we had to deal with some of the SLAs of some of our CA vendors. But everyone was really busy. We got it taken care of, so thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Ho, ho. Okay, we're going to get back on track one way or another. John's going to help me. John, AC Council report.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this really quick to help John get back on track. All right, quick picture of the AC, and I just want to take this second right here with the picture up there to thank each and every one of the AC members for the great job they've done over the last year. We've had a turnover. We have 4 new members over the last year. We've dealt with a new PDP, and we've also dealt with adding in the PPCs at the NANOG, the public policy consultations at the NANOGs, and we've had a large increase in the number of proposals being submitted. So, and we got all 15 in the picture, as Paul pointed out. So thank you all for that.
Very quickly, thank you for being an awesome chair.
Thank you, Stacy. I'll pay you later. Okay, quick rundown through the AC roll. I think everybody knows this, but we'll go through it. Proposals come in. The AC makes sure there's a valid problem statement, works with the author on ensuring all that, and some other things that's in scope, and that it actually makes sense and it's addressing a problem. Then it's moved to draft policy, where we gather input from the community through PPMs, PPCs, PPML. If it's all's going well there, we move it to recommended draft policy, present it at a public policy consultation or meeting, send it off to last call, and then recommend it to the board. Of course, anywhere along the line it could get abandoned, and also anywhere along the line it's open for petitions from the community. For this year, for 2014, our current on-docket status, we have 14 proposals, which we've gone through in the last couple of days, 4 recommended, 10 draft policies. The AC will be meeting right after this meeting to evaluate what we've heard here and what the next course of action is for each one of these 14 proposals or recommended policies. In comparison, last year we had 9 proposals received over the whole year. 1 was remanded and closed. 1 was remanded back to the author for clarity. and then it was closed. 1 was implemented as an editorial update. 7 moved to draft policies, where 3 were abandoned. 2 moved to recommended. 1 was abandoned. 1 was discussed. I didn't clean that up. I'm sorry. And 2 drafts were discussed at that meeting. Sorry about that. Advisory Council, these are some of the things the Advisory Council does. We do a lot other than just proposals for ARIN. We volunteer a lot of time and a lot of effort, and luckily we have, most of us have employers that allow us to volunteer our time with ARIN and support them in all their outreach and whatever else really that ARIN reaches out and asks us to help them with. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for John? No? Paul, go right up.
I'll just jump right into it. My name is Paul Anderson. I'll be giving the treasurer's report. I guess I have to press a button to get to come. Oh, I went ahead. So today, I also chair the Finance Committee of the Board. I'll be giving a relatively short update today. I'm going to just report on our audit for last fiscal year. Our fiscal year is the calendar year, just for your information. Give you a little update on our first quarter and talk about reserves. Excuse me. So the Audit Committee and the Board have now reviewed last year's auditor. We had a clean audit. There were no issues brought by our auditor. Registration revenue came in just shy of $16 million. The largest category of revenue is IPv4. Well, it says IPv4 registrations, but for clarity, that's what would have been called the subscriber revenue before, or the ISP V4 renewals. And then there's another $5 million that breaks down. Expenses were about just over $15 million. So we were $453,000 to the good. Until you add our investment result, which we continue to have strong returns on, of about $3.8 million, meaning that we netted to our reserves about $4.3 million, which I'll touch on in a little bit. To give you an idea of just some of the major variances we saw last year over 2012, 2013, we had an increase in salaries. That was due mainly to some new hires in engineering. Depreciation was up, but that was anticipated based on the continued depreciation of the ARIN Online work we did a few years ago. Communications has increased a bit. That's mostly due to some, as Mark pointed out earlier, some of the stuff they moved out of ARIN HQ and into co-location, so that's increased costs. However, in good news, equipment support has dropped about $130,000. I'll get to, is it pressing to the?
These actually decreases.
Those are correct.
Okay, because you were saying increased.
Yes, no, communications increased. Okay. Equipment support decreased $130,000 thanks to the successful migration to Postgres, which means there's a lot less Oracle licenses going around.
Salaries decreased.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll double check on that because the note is salaries increased, but, so yes, I'll get back and double check that one. Pardon? Salaries decreased even with new hires. My apologies. Legal has dropped significantly due to a lot more work being taken on by our in-house counsel as opposed to using the firm, our firm for a while. I was going to cover that one as in two. I don't always have to, I can be difficult if I want to, David. General office was down. That's mainly due to the deferral of a software project in the communications department. NRO was up quite a bit percentage-wise, but not a lot numerically, and that was due to the NRO bringing on a full-time secretariat staff. Outreach expense and travel were up due to a large increase in the number of ARIN on the road programs, which of course have been hugely successful. And I know there's no communications report, but just if you haven't had a chance to attend one of those, they've been a great success. But there was an increase due to that, also some increased costs due to the IGF attendance. And all other line items that's about $45,000. So that covers all the major that we saw from last year. First quarter returns were exactly where we anticipated them. Revenue's been about 4.1 million, expenses 3.8. We've had a modest return on our investments, so we've are looking right now at a $680,000 net to reserves. Speaking of those reserves, just to give you a bit of a history on where it's been since almost inception, we've generally had very good returns, except for when 2008, not many people had good returns, but our negatives were not that, and we actually managed to recover most of that over the past few years. I get the question quite a bit about, what are we planning to do with that? And I know that I've said several times, the organization is going through some transition, and we haven't yet, we've drawn down on several times whenever we've had software projects. A lot of the ARIN Online development that was contracted out a few years came from that. We've also generally had more positive returns because the board has generally not budgeted for returns from our actual investments. We've been very conservative on any return there. We generally like to continue to draw it back down to 1 year. Our hope is to start looking at that, I would say, next year after we go through the fee policy review that will happen at the end of this year and see what our fee structure is going to look like. Also looking at hopefully then, or not hopefully, but having a better handle on what a post run out may look like if we've hit that point by then, because that is one of the things we've been holding off quite a bit on, is to see what the organization looks like in a post run out, both from an expense and just a subscriber count. And with that, the only thing I'd like to add is to thank Nate and Val and John, and the entire finance team who make this so easy to do. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Questions for Paul on the finance report? Okay, Paul, thank you.
I hand the clicker to you.
Vince Cerf, Chairman of the Board.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. I guess it's still morning. Can I get my slides? So this will be brief. First of all, you've just heard what the financial report was. We went through and adopted a budget, which I'm sure you've all seen. And second, we accepted the audit, which was very clean. It's one of those things where you hang on fingertips for a little while, and when you get back an audit that said no problems, there were no issues, and the staff was very cooperative, it's a big point of relaxation. We also extended the charter of the ARIN fee structure review panel. You could tell from the comments that John made that there are quite a few different alternative possible fee structures, and they deserve a significant amount of attention. When the report is released, I hope that you will also pay a lot of attention to that, because we need good feedback from you about what seems to work and what seems to make sense. We also reviewed the registration services operational audit. You heard a report about that. That went well as well. With regard to the number resource policy actions, we adopted the ARIN 2013-4 RII principles, and we suspended in our PM 4.6 and 4.7 and engaged the AC, which discussion took place yesterday. I keep wanting to ask for the next slide, realizing that I have the control over that. So there we this is the last slide, by the way. We also reviewed the election process and nominations process, and we're still in the middle of trying to evaluate how well all of those processes work. And so to the extent that you have opinions about the candidacies for the various positions that have to be elected, that feedback would be quite valuable. We also have been looking at the engineering efforts, and we're hearing people asking for acceleration of some things, maybe slow down on others. Our concern is to make sure that you get the service that you are expecting and you pay for. So the board is very sensitive to that. The accountability question is actually important in several respects, not the least of which is that your members and you, we should be, all of us on the board and staff, accountable to you. But more important, I think this accountability question will be under the spotlight as we go through the debates on internet governance. And not to overload this report, I do want to say that there are two aspects of the debate going on. One of them has to do with the question of the IANA contract from the Department of Commerce. But the other is this much more general view of what internet governance means. And we have our feet in both of those places. We have a relationship with ICANN, which is related to the IANA functions and therefore that contract. But we are also part of this broader internet governance ecosystem. And for me, this was emphasized by the observation about the staff's need to be worried about fraud and hijacking and other kinds of abuse. It just tells me that the process of dealing with internet addresses is not purely clerical, that in fact this is an issue that involves actions by parties and that these need to be evaluated. This takes staff time. So it just shows you that even though we have what should be a relatively clerical function, we still have these other issues to deal with, and that's part of the broader internet context. We've also been looking at promotion of IPv6 as a personal campaign for me since 1996, and a great disappointment that we haven't seen a much more instant uptake of that protocol. However, I have hope, because I have the impression that we are, my God, we're at 3%. I mean, you know, what's not to like about that? Well, I'm hoping that's actually the knee of an exponential curve, and we'll know better, of course, in a year's time. With regard to the ARIN board and the advisory council, first of all, I want to say that the advisory council has done an absolutely amazing job this year with all of those things that you had us process in the last day or two, and all the other things that seem to be piling up. I'm very impressed by how well the organization is led and how well it performs. The board, I have to leave to your discretion to decide whether we're functioning okay or not, but I can tell you that feedback is welcome. Even negative feedback. It's actually more important if you're not happy with what we're doing. And finally, that last bullet having to do with internet governance I've already covered. So I think that's the last slide in this report. I'm happy to respond to questions if I can. Otherwise, I'll let you go and...
Would you mind if I just also, over here?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, so my confusion apparently not reading. Yes, on my report I said salaries increased, yet the number was decreased, and I think it's actually an important clarification because, yes, we did actually have an increase in the raw number of salaries, but I had forgotten that we had changed at the, when we had reviewed our policies, that a lot of our engineering and QA efforts are now depreciated as opposed to showing on that. So even though there was an increase in headcount, there was a decrease in the salaries item because some of the payout to salaries is now showing up in the depreciation.
Oh, those were, I see.
Yes.
Those, yeah.
That's what I just thought I'd clarify why I looked like I was crazy up there for a second, which is normal, I know, but.
I wasn't going to say anything about that. Sir.
Question, this is Scott Librand, ARIN AC. Question for the people who are involved with the NOMCOM, which may or may not be you. I got the impression at one point that we were targeting 2 candidates for each open position. I would like to hear what the current thinking is there. It seems to me that limiting to 2, if we have been doing that, I'm not sure if we have, would be problematic. And I'm wondering if a lower limit of 2 and an upper limit of 3 candidates per open slot might be more appropriate if that's...
Wow. So the Board Governance Committee has in fact been talking about this. The chairman is over here, but I'm going to take the prerogative of trying to respond. Finding qualified candidates is really a challenge, and so 2 to 3 would be a real challenge.
I guess what I was saying is try and find candidates until you have at least 2, but if you happen to get up to 3, that's great.
So I'm going to, do you want to say anything? Because Bill over here has something to say. Bill, would you like to respond? You know, this is the job of the chairman, is to get rid of any questions as quickly as possible to somebody else. So you should rate me very high on this.
Bill, you can go first if you want. I'll follow up.
Okay, so this is a matter that the board has taken up before and came to a conclusion on and implemented, I believe, in 1 election cycle, and then 1 board member who is not a board member anymore became incensed over it, and it fell into disuse. So specifically, what we came up with was n+1 to 2n for each open seat. So if there were 2 open seats, which is normal for board, for instance, the requirement for the NOMCOM would be to provide at least 3 and no more than 4 candidates for those 2 seats. If there were 5 seats open, for instance, for the AC, the requirement would be 6 to 10 candidates.
So Scott, would you like to react to that?
My observation has been that if you limit yourself to 10 candidates for 5 AC positions, and then you have a vacancy and/or someone who was a candidate drops out, you end up in a situation like we had the last election where you're closer to N+1 than you are to 2N. And I believe that up to 3N would be fine if we have that many qualified candidates.
I think commenting on that one, that was a situation, and we did put some feedback, and we are looking at that because when the nominations closed, we had the ratio, but then due to a variety of interesting scenarios that there was a potential that there would be a resignation post due to Bill Sanford running for the board, there was a and then we had several dropouts and people not in the application. So I think we're looking at how can we address that throughout the election cycle so that we can keep that ratio, because yeah, I do know that we ended up having much less than that ratio by the time the ballot came around.
In the back, please.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC, only speaking for myself. My question is this an input issue or an output issue, i.e., the names go into the NOMCOM and the NOMCOM goes out and gets things and gives a list, but from what I remember, the list is the same list, what goes in and what goes out. Isn't it predominantly or very rarely different? And should there be a lot more scrutiny of the people that are not coming in, but the people that are coming out of the NOMCOM?
Sorry, are you saying that you want more scrutiny of what filtering takes place, for lack of a better term?
I would like far more filtering on what the community is seeing, that the NOMCOM is actually going off and critiquing incumbents as an example, because they have an advantage to some degree. But you know what? Let's see what you've done over the last 3 years and really do their job, verifying with the community or with employers about potential candidates. Are they available? Are they really available? We know they say they're available, but will they actually show up? Things like that, and having a much better selection that people can be comfortable with.
Yes. I think it's important to understand that the NOMCOM has 2 very distinct and both really critical functions. Number 1 is to recruit as many highly qualified candidates as possible so that the membership will have a really good choice to make, so that ideally the membership cannot go wrong in its selection. The second is to make sure, as you're saying, that every candidate that is put before the membership is someone who is capable and will be able to serve. So ideally, we need a solution that encompasses both of those things. The putting a maximum limit on the number of candidates put before the membership is a non-discriminatory way of putting in a threshold without necessarily singling out any particular candidate as being not worthy of consideration. Instead, if you have a whole lot of good candidates, if you've done your job really well as a NOMCOM and gone out and found a whole bunch of really good people who are willing to run and are qualified, and you have a specific target number to put forward as the selection to the membership, then that, to me, that seems like the best of all possible worlds. But you know, it's a really opportune time to hear from you guys as to what process you'd like.
If I could jump in just for a second, it seems to me that what I'm hearing is a couple of things which I welcome. The first one is giving good guidance to the NOMCOM about what is needed in terms of board membership and quality of members and diversity and all these other elements that are important to the membership. The second thing is making sure that we do a great deal of due diligence on any candidate that might come out from the other side. But I should say the NOMCOM will rely greatly on the people in this room and others who are not to show their willingness to serve. And that, I think, is still a big challenge. Owen.
Owen DeLong, Hurricane Electric, ARIN AC. I remember most years, and some years I've served on the nominating committee, but most years we've had some difficulty getting N+1, and some years we had no difficulty getting N times 3 or more. I remember one year we had a veritable plethora of AC candidates in particular. Given that, in general, an AC member who gets elected with 100 and some odd votes, having a 15-way slate strikes me as being a recipe for more confusion than correction in election results. Or more confusion than correctness.
What does, could you say what 15-way means to you? I mean, just having 15 people on the
Yeah,
on the
15
slate?
people on the ballot.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Just-
Yeah, if I understand, you're saying that the problem is that you're concerned with too many people on the ballot, that it could make the threshold too low to get elected?
I'm concerned that, you know, when you've got a 6-person race for 5 slots or a 7-person race for 6 slots, you get elected with 100 and some odd votes. If you split those votes across 15 candidates and the result is a little bit less uneven than it has been in years past, and you get, you know, 15 candidates, all of whom got somewhere between 30 and 42 votes, saying that the top 5 won becomes much more interesting and much less of a mandate.
So could I just make sure I understand you? This is actually a voting procedure question as opposed to the number of people on the ballot.
No,
Is that
I think his concern is that if the NOMCOM puts 3x,
Yeah.
you'll have 15, on the AC, you'd have 15 candidates, and with the
Oh,
not
this plurality
tens of,
voting
yes,
thing, yeah.
and without the tens of, you know, with the number of voters we have,
Yeah.
you're starting to get a much lower threshold because you're diluting
Right,
amongst a large
exactly.
number of candidates, and I think that's a valid concern that we'd have to look at. I think the two, you know, and we may have to look at different thresholds between the board where it's a smaller number of seats, where, you know, 2x only means 4, and maybe between the AC where it's a larger number of open seats.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So that's good input to the governance committee. You want to come back? Actually, in theory, I'm not supposed to call on you until Mr. Seastrom has a chance to say something. So, yeah. So you want him to hurry up,
But
right?
there's also a front microphone that you could all line up too as well.
I'll move with alacrity. If the issue is figuring out who to vote for out of an extremely large slate of candidates, we could simply do STV and allow people to vote for all of them. It works for people who are not familiar with what STV is. It's the Scottish system where you rank all of the candidates in the order of your preference, and so there are no wasted votes as people complain about. It has some advantages. However, simplicity and ease of understanding how it works are not one of them.
Is this similar to preferential voting? It's the same kind of thing, I believe.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
you're right. It creates confusion for people who've never done that before. Okay, let me take the front of the room first.
Kathy Aronson, I just wanted to comment really quickly that there are 4,500 potential voters in these elections, and maybe we should focus more on getting more of them to vote as opposed to having fewer candidates.
One information point, just, there are 4,500 possible electors. When you remove the ones who aren't current at any given moment, and there are some of those who don't have contact, it's about 3,900. We get a participation of about 600, which is about 15%. Now, I'd love to have that as a higher number. I will say 15% is remarkably high for some organizations. So if you look at some other trade associations, they would do backflips to get 15%. As one of the people who grabs a sheet of paper every year and calls, because we do call you folks and remind you the votes are going on, I'm interested in ideas, but a lot of people are like, I just want my resources, I don't care.
Right, I'm just saying that if we're looking at reducing the number of candidates because we want them to all have more votes, the other option to that would be to have more votes.
I don't think that's the only reason that we're doing that. I think that was just a concern with such a large number, but it's not the only reason that we were looking at that.
Well,
and I would have no opposition to looking for ways to get more votes, that's for voters.
I would like more votes, and I would like more qualified candidates. Could we get in the back of the room, please?
John Springer, Inland Telephone, ARIN AC. I've noticed that the board has also been considering the subject of term limits, and I would certainly recommend personally that if the board and the nomination committee notice that there's a situation where there's a hard time finding 2N candidates, that provide an input to the deliberations on term limits.
Yep, we've had discussions about that. What happened? Did you decide not to?
No, I was just waiting so that more people came up.
Okay, thank you for that.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, RNAC. I've been involved in organizations that have had very bad election processes, very complicated election processes that have caused major strife. I am, even well before I was involved in the election process, I've been incredibly happy with how ARIN has shown and done their elections. People understand them. They have gone out and actively polled their members to let them know about it. And I'm very proud as an ARIN member of the way you as the staff and board have handled elections over the years. I have comfort in that. Any changes that we suggest are improvements to what is a good process overall, but over time you just need to revisit and relook at the options that are available to you. So I just wanted to comment that anything that I've said personally, I applaud what you are doing overall as an organization.
Well, we thank you for that, and I'll reward you with your bottle of wine after we get to the end of this meeting. I see no more questions, and let me ask if there are any online. All right, I think we're done. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so there's one item left on the agenda, and then we adjourn. The one item is called open microphone. It sometimes runs a minute and a half. It sometimes, well, it can be a challenge sometimes, I guess, interfering with lunch and other things. But the microphones are open. This is your opportunity to ask questions to the board, ARIN, the organization. Please come up and approach the mics.
I actually have one that Marla Azinger sent in that was meant for the finance report. She asked, what would the increase in revenue since the billing fee change was? Now, we haven't had a complete cycle. Revenues were up about 4%. Of 1% we're actually attributing to a better collection of some past due amounts that we had. Right. And it's important to note that we don't necessarily mean that the fees themselves, we also have had more activity in registration, so that's to attribute. But to answer her question, the increase over last year was 4%.
Okay, center front mic.
Thank you. My name's Chris Tassett, and I'm just making these remarks in my own personal capacity. Having been a member of this community now for 3 or 4 years and been very well accepted by it, I just wanted to express my appreciation to staff who sometimes I think are undervalued by the community. And I know we're heading towards very difficult times with the shortages in numbering resources, and I hope that everyone will take into account the fact that staff have to do a very difficult job in the next while, and we should treat them with respect and consideration as they do the best they can under difficult circumstances. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to say ARIN has an exceptional staff, and I actually feel the same way about the staff at ARIN. It is their efforts below me that is making this a success, and I would like to take a moment to a round of applause for the ARIN staff. Okay, back microphone.
Jason Schiller, Google and the NRO NC. I wanted to talk about 2-byte and 4-byte ASNs. If you don't care about that, go back to reading your email. For those of you who do care, I want to hear what the community thinks in terms of how we should go forward. Specifically, we decided that we would not distinguish between 2-byte and 4-byte ASNs as a community. We made it very clear as a community that we wanted to send a message to operators and vendors that they need to be able to support 4-byte ASNs. We did this by having a pool that was undifferentiated At that time, ARIN staff decided that they would start issuing address space from this undifferentiated pool from smaller number to larger number, meaning they would run through the 2-byte ASNs first and then the 4-byte. The 4 other regions decided to implement this in the inverse, where they decided to start with the 4-byte ASNs and only give the 2-byte. And we heard recently that ARIN changed their operating practice to start with the 4-byte and then issue 2-byte if needed.
That's, to be clear, in Phoenix, at the policy experience report that Leslie provided, she noted that in May 2013, last year, we provided notice to the community that we tell people when they ask for 2-byte, we tell them about the availability of 4-byte ASNs, but it's their choice. We did this because when we were just issuing 4-byte ASNs, as the rest of the world was, the vast majority of them were coming back, effectively duplicating work. We figured it was better to apprise them in advance so that they know. And so that was announced in the policy experience report. There hasn't been a change since that announcement.
So there has been 2 policy experience reports, in which case this community has been informed that 4-byte ASNs are still a problem and people are still shying away from them. And it's my impression that this community has said, let's stay the course, let's send the same message that we were sending. There's no technical reason why they shouldn't work. People should upgrade their equipment, blah, blah, blah. We are still hearing that 4-byte ASNs are a problem for some. And I would like to know if this community thinks that we should still stay the course or not. This is complicated by the fact that when you start assigning 4-byte ASNs and trying to keep in reserve 2-byte ASNs, that once you deplete your 4-byte ASNs, you have to go back to the IANA for more space.
Right.
In order to qualify for more ASNs, you have to show that what you're currently holding is 80% utilized. If you're holding a swath of unused 2-byte ASNs, you don't qualify for additional ASNs because neither the IANA nor the RIRs distinguish between the 2-byte pool and the 4-byte pool. As a result, in order to qualify, you have to burn through 2-byte ASNs, giving them to organizations that potentially could use a 4-byte ASN in order to get your utilization up to 80% in order to qualify to get more space.
Right.
Is this the desired behavior? Is this good for the internet community?
Excellent question. It is true that the inventory available when you go to an RIR, because of the IANA faithful implementation of the policy we gave them, says that an RIR might be in the process of trying to burn through ASNs to meet utilization. And that results in a very unpredictable status for someone going to get an ASN. And either the policy that we gave the IANA is something that we want to revisit it, or people need to accept that practice, or some other outcome.
And if we do consider revisiting that policy that we gave to the IANA, that global policy, there is an additional question. IANA is holding less than 1024 2-byte ASNs. Our policy says that ASNs are given out in 1024 sized chunks, blocks. When someone last went back to the IANA and asked for space, they asked for clarification from the ASOAC, the NRONC, and said, you know, we have this fragment of 2-byte ASNs. What should we do? Should we give just the fragment? Should we strand the fragment and just give 4-byte? We had some discussions in our various communities, and the consensus was that we should not strand the 2-byte, that we can give a block of 1024 that consists partly of 2-byte, partly of 4-byte. The RIR requested a block of 1024, and they requested that half of it be 2-byte and half of it be 4-byte. We now have just under 500 2-byte ASNs. If we're going to revisit our global policy so that we can differentiate between 2-byte and 4-byte, if we decide that's good, Should we also revisit the policy for what IANA does in terms of giving out 2 byte and 4 byte? Should we divide the 2 byte up equally and give each RIR 99 and the balance of the 1024 ASNs in 4 byte? Or should we give the next requester in all of the available 2 byte and then the balance in 4 byte to round up to 1024? So I think the first question here, coming back to my original point, is do we want to stay the course? And is that good for the internet community? Second question is, should we be able to hold 2 byte in reserve and still qualify to get additional 4 byte ASNs? Third question is, what should we do with the 2 byte ASNs that the IANA is holding?
Okay, microphones are open. The topic is 2 byte, 4 byte ASNs. Owen?
Owen DeLong, Hurricane Electric, ARIN AC. Given the relatively low number of 2 byte ASNs remaining in the IANA inventory, it would seem to me that if we could somehow get through the global policy process while this still matters, which would surprise me, the sane thing to do would be to simply distribute the remaining 2 byte ASNs to the RIRs and then stop counting their 2 byte ASN inventory when reviewing their applications for additional 4 byte ASNs and move on.
Okay, on the topic, 2 byte, 4 byte ASN, microphones are open. I want to stay on this topic. Remote, open on 2 byte, 4 byte ASNs. Anyone else in the community want to speak? Jason has asked specifically for input on a number of interesting questions. I can't imagine people don't have views on this. If everyone believes that Owen is right, you can just hum now. I mean, that is another option because we haven't heard any alternative. Look, people at the microphones. Yes, go ahead, Senator Rear.
Leif Sawyer, GCI Alaska. Actually, I'm going to extend on what Jason was saying. With 4 byte ASNs, we have a lot more ASNs that we could hand out. So why not increase the number from 1024 to something more so we're not having to go back to IANA all the time?
Okay, good point. Topic remains open. Senator Rear Mike.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, and AC. In regards to 2 byte, divvy them up, get it over with, get it done, give them out as you need them. Don't hold people back. And I think that's what the community overall has been saying for a number of years. And I think I feel the same way on that. As far as global policy to get it out, let's do exactly the same thing we just did with the IPv4, distribute it out evenly, not make a big deal of it, and just get it done. Totally agree with that. You know, these are ASs. The other thing to consider is make 4 byte really, really easy for people to get. Let's make the barrier for 4 byte. Click button, get as required, show use, be done. This constant thing, or buy 1, get 10 free, so that you can just go off and keep doing it. Maybe there's some options there that we can look at as well.
Can I ask 2 questions about your guidance? Yeah. You said, get it done, get them out, done. I understand for the IANA, get rid of that last half block and make it go away. That would certainly simplify their life because there's not like any are going to show up again, and then they can really not worry about it, ASNs or ASNs. When it comes to the RIR, I think you're suggesting that ARIN take all requests, consider them 2 bytes, burn off its 2 byte pool plus whatever it receives, and then be in a similar situation? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying that yes, the IANA should burn off its pool evenly between the registrars or the RIRs that actually want the 2 byte, because some might not actually want them. Just burn them off, get them to back, like we're doing with the IPv4, where it's coming back to the RIRs. And as far as ARIN, I'll be honest, there are 2 types of people, those that understand the difference between a 2 byte and 4 byte and will request a 2 byte, and those that, or they will request the 4 byte, those that have no idea. And guess what? Those are usually the ones who needed the 2 byte in the first place and are the problems to begin with, because they're in it, they just don't know. So from a staff point of view, just keep going the way you were going.
Question.
which is the
I'm
2
gonna-
byte, give out the 2 bytes and let them know 4 bytes are available, but don't make it difficult. This whole justification thing, equipment thing is
Recognize 2 bytes can't be held as a pool unless the IANA practices change because they're counted as in the general utilization level. So pretty much ARIN has to not distinguish itself in its issuance or needs a policy that doesn't inhibit a pool of 2 byte from getting its next 4 byte. So that's why I'm asking you that. Because if we have a pool of 2 byte that we're holding for someone who would ask for a 2 byte, we may not be able to get the next 4 byte.
I'm not saying to hold I'm saying to get rid of 2 byte, to use it as
That's what I
people
want
need
to
and
clarify.
deplete that.
Thank you. Okay. All right. 2 byte, 4 byte ASN, open? Yes. Aaron.
Hi, Aaron Hughes, operator hat on in the moment. So as far as I'm aware, there are actually no hardware limitations to upgrading to using 4 byte ASNs. It's only software. In my experience, operators are generally concerned about stability and to that extent don't upgrade routers without good reason to do so. On occasion, people have routing gear that is up for very long periods of time, and if there's an option to get something like exchange your 4 byte AS for a 2 byte AS, they have absolutely no reason to disrupt their router or reboot it or any other customers or infrastructure on that gear. When it comes down to a time when there is no other option, the upgrades will be taken. There is no question. It does happen, exchanges get renumbered, and customers of transit providers can create demand, such as, I have no option, you need to upgrade your infrastructure. It will just happen. With my operator hat on, and you can certainly validate this at NANOG with a very simple question, I would say we just do nothing. Everything will be just fine.
Okay. Microphones remain open. I see Leo at the back mic.
Hi, Leo Vigoda from ICANN. Can I just clarify one thing? When you refer to IANA practices, our practices are informed by policy, which you set. Well, not you personally, but you, the plural you. And we don't really just click our fingers and pull it out of the air. No. We are doing what you have told us to do, and in fact you have told yourselves to do, because the global policy says that RIRs will not distinguish either. And so the global policy seems to set RIR policy as well, which is a little bit odd. But that being said, when we discuss this in the room and people come to the mic and they go and say, never mind about the people who could make do with a 4 byte AS number and, give them a 2 byte anyway and just get rid of them. Everyone in this room probably works for a company that already has an autonomous system number and is doing fine. So we are the incumbents. So when discussing the policy, I think there is no policy proposal, so I'm not advocating a policy. But when discussing the policy, I think it's really important that it's not just the people who are already the incumbents who discuss the policy about this, because some of the people who come to some of the RIRs and say, we would like to use a 4 byte AS number, but our upstream will not allow us to for whatever reason, they are going to be disenfranchised if there is no pool of 2 byte AS numbers for some period in the future. And the policy that you have given, ICANN as the IANA functions operator, is that we cannot distinguish. And we are forcing you, ARIN or LACNIC or APNIC or whoever, to burn through 2 byte AS numbers that some people would find especially useful. And it could be, you're essentially sacrificing future customers when you don't necessarily have to. And that is really the policy problem that you need to decide, is that a problem or not? And do you want to come up with a policy proposal? But it's future customers who are being sacrificed. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Leo. And I just want to say, it is recognized IANA global policy is our community set policy. And IANA's faithful adherence to that may be inconvenient, but it is what we have asked for, and so now we are facing what we asked for. Yes, center front.
Aaron Hughes, I wanted to ask you, you said do nothing and the problem will solve itself out. I'm sorry to be pedantic, but I want to know exactly what you mean by do nothing. What should IANA do and what should Aaron do?
Sorry, that was my personal opinion of carry on with the existing process. And it doesn't really matter, I will rephrase. In my opinion, it doesn't really matter. I don't think that the ones who have not upgraded their routing infrastructure yet will probably not do so until they have to. That's all I'm saying. However we get to that point, whether we extend the time period or reduce the time period, I'm not sure is that important, and I think that that can very easily be validated in the operator community.
So Aaron should give out 4-byte ASNs unless a customer explicitly asks for a 2-byte?
No, I'm saying that you can validate that in the operator community.
I'm sorry, I think, if you don't mind my intervention, I think that what Jason is trying to get is a very precise statement of what, and let's take ARIN in particular, what policy should ARIN adopt in the assignment of ASNs? And I think he wants you to say something more explicit than carry on, that's all.
What does carry on mean?
If I can say the present practice, he can say if carrying on is good. The present practice is when you ask for an ASN, okay, if you ask for an ASN and you say, I want an ASN, we send a message to you saying, you know that there's runout and 4-byte ASNs are available, okay, and do you want to use a 4-byte ASN? But if they come back and ask for a 2, we give them a 2. So that's the present practice. There's a implication behind the scenes that 2-byte pool that we're holding doesn't get in the way of requesting another block from IANA. Okay, that's the present practice.
So in my opinion, the current practice is fine. In my personal experience, when I have applied for ASNs, I simply in the initial request ask for a 2-byte when I need it and ask for a 4-byte when I need it. So I've always received the response that was expected.
Do you feel that we need to change global policy such that ARIN holding a pool of underutilized 2-byte ASNs does not prevent them from getting additional 4-byte ASNs?
I don't have an opinion on that. I think that the operator community is the best place to find out if the timeline is really important.
Thank you.
Okay. Microphones remain open on the 2-byte, 4-byte situation. Remote?
Yes, remote from Andrew Koch, TDS Telecom. In reply to Aaron, there are some operational issues. One of the troubles with 4-byte ASNs is that when they're used as part of a BGP community setup, there are limitations to the BGP community field size. There are IETF drafts to expand this, but I'm not aware of any implementation.
Okay. And any last comments on the 2-byte, 4-byte? Yes, rear microphone.
I was just trying, this is Gaurav from Limelight Networks. I was just going to try to answer to Jason's follow-up on that. I don't think you'll get support on changing anything like this on a global policy, at least not from other regions where, you know, even the data that was presented yesterday by Leslie showed that, you know, other regions are doing fine with a huge number of 4-byte ASNs. And if this region is lacking in that, then I'm not saying there's a policy being passed as a global policy. So you need to do something to promote just like we promote V6, maybe it's time to say that, you know, 4-byte ASNs are what we need to do.
Okay.
And not distinguish between the two.
Get to the microphones for 2-byte, 4-byte ASN. I am closing the mics on that topic. So if you need to speak about 2-byte, 4-byte, you need to be in a queue now. Yes, front. Andrew.
Andrew Dahl, ARIN AC. I do not support changing the global policy regarding this at this time. If there is a definitional question of how to interpret the policy, I would interpret it as using an undifferentiated pool, and if an RIR requests a certain number of 4-byte or 2-byte, that the IANA comply, but otherwise the IANA is free to issue however it likes out of the undifferentiated pool.
Okay, thank you. On the back, I've got a queue. Is that 2-byte, 4-byte?
Yes, Sean Kennedy,
go
XO
ahead.
Communications. Something very quick as far as the buy one 4-byte, get 10 free, or the click flow through on getting ASNs in general, the operator community has been very clear that we want people to show that they need a multi-home, that they have multiple providers, and they need an ASN. And so making it much easier to get an ASN or buy one, get 10 free could influence the routing system, and it would be a policy change.
Okay.
So if you want to refine the policy and the operational systems, that's great. Do that within what the community's already asked for, which is to show that you need a multi-home. Because there will always be discussions. There's concerns in the operator community about multi-homing with IPv6, which was set up as provider-based addressing.
2-byte, 4-byte ASN? Keep
Yeah,
going.
and so there are some discussions that we may want to have in the future about how to number those people that multi-home to make it easy to proxy aggregate and so on. That's out of that, but don't change the policy without a policy proposal.
Okay, got it. Next, Matt, 2-byte, 4-byte?
Matt Poundstead, to expand a bit on what Aaron said,
Yeah.
I think ARIN should continue with its current procedure until you're forced to just hand out 2-byte ASNs and then do that.
Got it. Okay. Next, Jason, 2-byte, 4-byte ASN, or a different topic?
Nope, same topic.
Keep going.
So it sounds to me like what I'm hearing is stay the course. Can I have a show of hands? Is that what the community wants?
I think you need to judge it yourself, unless there's a concrete proposal to
Well,
change.
It sounds to me like what I'm hearing is stay the course. I would compel anyone to get to the mic right now if they disagree with that. Because that's what I'm hearing from this community.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jason. On 2-byte, 4-byte ASN or something else. Okay. Microphones are open for all other topics. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kevin Powell here from the University College of the Caribbean, ARIN Fellow. And let me get my 2 bytes in. I'd just like to thank the ARIN Board of Trustee, the Advisory Council, and all the staff members at ARIN for affording me, and as well as the other 2 fellows, this awesome opportunity to come to learn and to just share in this wonderful seminar conference. I've learned a lot over the last 3 days, and I really want to go out and just do some more outreach work in Jamaica about the internet governance, and many of the things that I learned here this week. So on record, I just want to express my appreciation to everybody. Thank you for the scooter here. It has come in handy. And thank you again.
Thank you. Very good. Open mic remains open. I'm going to close the mics in a moment or two. If you want to speak on any other topic, approach the microphones. I am closing the on-site microphones momentarily. On-site microphones are closed. Remote?
Does that mean that if you're on a laptop and you link somewhere that you can still say something because you look like you're remote?
I'm looking. No one tried it, but probably. You might have had a window. That's open mic loopback. Okay. Thank you for the open mic session. Round of applause for everyone. It's my honor to bring the meeting to a close. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors one final time, Service Central and RCN Business. Some other sponsor on this page, yes, Google, thank you. For the webcast, very nice. And don't forget your meeting survey. If you have the application, it's directly in the event app. You have till 23rd of April to fill it out. There's also one available online. Recycle your name badge. These are plastic. We take them back. We reuse them. They don't end up in landfills. Please give them to us rather than throwing them somewhere. Thank you for being part of ARIN 33. We're going to see you in Baltimore in October for the ARIN 34, October 9th and 10th. Mark your calendar. And thank you very much.